Chapter 2041 cannot participate. The registration process was very quick. All they had to do was register their names, so the turn was also very quick. Soon after, Lu Ming, Luo Xian, and the others also went to register. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. A figure stood in front of Lu Ming. Gang Yan. Lu Ming frowned. What was Song Yan trying to do? Lu Ming, you're not qualified to take part in the competition. You may leave. Song Yan looked down at Lu Ming from above, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent. Many people looked over with curiosity, including the experts of the older generation in their seats. Song Yan, what do you mean? If he's not qualified, then you're not qualified either. Don't forget that you were defeated by Lu Ming a few days ago. Luo Xian took a step forward, glaring at Song Yan as she shouted. What? Song Yan was defeated? Really? This is the young man? Me looks so ordinary. Many people were shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. In the eternal devil nation and the many other devil nations under its rule, other than the Son of God, Song Yan was the most powerful heaven's favorite, and almost no one could defeat him. This person had actually defeated Song Yan? What was his background? After all, the heaven's favorites that Song Yan had invited were only a small portion of the people present. Many of them did not know about the battle between Lu Ming and Song Yan. The paragons who were present at that time were afraid of offending Song Yan, so they did not say anything after they returned. Therefore, not many people knew that Lu Ming had defeated Song Yan. When Luo Xian said that, everyone was naturally shocked. Many people even doubted whether what Luo Xian said was true. Even many of the older generation looked at Lu Ming with curiosity. To be able to defeat Song Yan was no small matter. Such a heaven's favorite would definitely have great achievements in the future, and was naturally worth paying attention to. Song Yan's face turned extremely gloomy. Luo Xian didn't give him any face at all, directly revealing his defeat in public. During this period of time, I've sent people to investigate this person, but there are no clues at all. We can't find out this person's origin at all. This person's origin is unknown, so he doesn't have the qualifications to participate in the competition. Song Yan shouted. The purpose of this competition is to celebrate the great emperor's victory. As for what kind of background it has, what does it matter? Luo Xian argued. His background is unknown. Who knows what he is planning? Song Yan sneered. Great Emperor, how should we do this? The Ashen Demon King asked the ancient emperor for instructions. I've already handed this matter over to you. You have full authority to handle it. The ancient emperor waved his hands. He wasn't interested in the conflict between the younger generation. Standing at his height, he only had the attitude of watching a show. He would only pay attention to the Son of God. Yes, great Emperor. The Ashen Demon King saluted, and with a flash, he appeared above Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? The Azure Demon King spoke in an imposing manner. It's like this. Luo Xian spoke first and explained the situation. The great emperor has just passed a great tribulation. It's a grand event that only happens once every 300,000 years. There can't be any mistakes. You may leave. The Azure Demon King looked at Lu Ming and waved his hand. Lu Ming frowned and Luo Xian's expression turned ugly. The Azure Demon King was not allowing Lu Ming to participate in the competition. Song Yan sneered. Not far away, Yuning Jitian, and the others also revealed gloating smiles. Your Highness, I did defeat Song Yan, but you can't protect him because of this. Lu Ming said. His voice was so loud that it spread in all directions. His meaning was obvious. Song Demon King was deliberately making things difficult for him because of Song Yan. Impudent. What's with your attitude? How dare you doubt this king? The Ashen Demon King bellowed, his body exuding a terrifying aura as he glared at Lu Ming. Your background is unknown. I'm already being kind by not taking you down on the spot. If you still dare to speak, don't blame this king for being impolite if you don't leave. The scene was silent. No one said anything. The head of the Luo family felt that the Azure Demon King had gone too far. The Azure Demon King had great authority in the Eternal Devil Nation, and there was no need for him to offend the Azure Demon King over this matter. It was just that he couldn't participate in the competition. In his opinion, it was a small matter. However, this was a big deal for Lu Ming as it concerned the ancient demonic coffin. However, it was obvious that the Azure Demon King would not give him the chance. The ancient emperor looked on indifferently. Even though he also felt that the Azure Demon King had gone overboard, he wouldn't say anything more since he had already let the Azure Demon King take charge. Still not retreating. The Azure Demon King shouted again. His terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming like a tidal wave, forcing him to retreat. He was under immense pressure. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, and was extremely unwilling. But in the end Lu Ming still retreated. The strength of the Azure Demon King was shockingly strong. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he was at least a peak true emperor expert. He couldn't do it by force, so he had to think of another way. Song Yan's mouth curled into a sneer. He did not allow Lu Ming to participate for two reasons. One was to take revenge on Lu Ming. The second reason was that Lu Ming's abilities were too shocking. If Lu Ming were to participate, he would have no hope of getting into the top 3. The registration continued. It took half a day for the registration to end. After the registration ended, the competition began. The 2-on-1 matches were very intense. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Ming. He sat in his seat and drank while thinking about his next step. He was thinking about how he could borrow the eternal demonic coffin for a month. It was normal for martial arts powerhouses, or even those who had reached the sage realm, to sit there for a few months. Therefore, the competition went on one after another. In a flash, a few days had passed. After a few days of competition, most of the people had been eliminated, leaving only a few dozen people. These dozens of people were all extremely talented, and many of them even had king physiques. The land of infinite demons is indeed a place to fight. The overall standard of the geniuses is even stronger than the Yuan Mountain. Towards the end, Lu Ming also focused his attention and observed. He realized that the number of heaven's favorites in the land of infinite demons was about the same as in the distant mountains, but the quality was higher. For example, the average cultivation of the land of infinite demons was higher than the Yuan Mountain. Many of them had reached absolute saint cultivation. Some of them had even reached the peak or perfected absolute saint. For example, Luo Xian had a king body in the great circle of the absolute saint stage, but she didn't have any advantage over these geniuses. There were at least 20 to 30 people who weren't weaker than her. This wasn't even all of the geniuses in the land of infinite demons. It could only be half. There were so many powerful geniuses. It was as if they had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm. It was shocking. However, in the past few years, after the cultivation and competition in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, as well as the battle with the evil god tribe, many people's cultivation bases had risen. Many powerful king bodies had reached the peak of absolute saint or perfected absolute saint. The people from the immortal demon nation. The competition continued. 2 young men caught Lu Ming's attention. This was because these 2 people were exceptionally powerful. They were the sons of God. Child of the void, child of death. Lu Ming muttered. One of the 2 sons of God controlled the void law, which was also one of the 10 ultimate laws. It was extremely terrifying, and could turn everything into nothingness. The other person actually mastered the law of death, just like the death blade. Today was indeed a golden age. In the past, it was already amazing for a son of God to appear. But now they were appearing frequently, and different people had successfully cultivated the same law. This was only the Yuan Mountain, and the land of myriad demons. One had to know that there were 10 lands in the primordial realm. One could imagine that there would be more than one child of God. It was easy to imagine that if the death blade met this person, a great battle would probably break out. Apart from these 2, Song Yan's strength was indeed very strong. He was undefeatable and was a popular candidate for the top 3. After a few days of intense battles, all the rankings were out. Luo Xian and Yu Ning were ranked at the 22nd place. They had not even made it into the top 20. As for Ji Tian, he had cultivated the light of law and was indeed powerful. He overcame all obstacles and charged into the top 10, ranking 6th. After all, there were very few people who could cultivate the light of laws in a king's body. As for Song Yan, after a series of battles, He had finally defeated his competitor and obtained third place. The first and second were naturally the two sons of God. The two sons of God had reached the perfected absolute saint realm, and were very close to the emperor-to-be realm. They had also cultivated the light of laws, and were extremely powerful. They were high above everyone else and were invincible. The most exciting part was the battle between the two sons of God, which pushed the atmosphere to the peak. The void law and the death law collided. Both laws were extremely overbearing, and their cultivation levels were similar. It took 1,000 moves before the victor was decided. In the end, the son of death won by a hair's breadth due to his mastery of nomological laws, and his close proximity to an emperor-to-be. Amazing, amazing! Is this the battle power of the Son of Heaven? It's really terrifying. Luo Xian blinked his large eyes in amazement. The Son of God is indeed powerful. Below the martial emperor realm, ordinary warriors are no match for the Son of God in a battle of the same level. It's useless no matter how strong their combat strength is. Yuning also sighed and glanced at Lu Ming. What he meant was that if he wasn't the Son of God, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be a match for the Son of God. Lu Ming smiled faintly, sighing in his heart. If he were to make a move, he would definitely be able to enter the top 3. Although the two sons of God were strong, he was not afraid. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed. He picked up a glass of wine and finished it in one gulp. Yuning thought that Lu Ming had realized the difference between him and the Son of God, and thus had such an expression. He sneered immediately. The top 3 can make a request to me. You may step forward. The voice of the ancient emperor rang out. The two sons of God and Song Yan stepped forward. At this moment, Song Yan was extremely excited. He had to make a request to the great emperor, and make use of it to its greatest value. Do you want an ancient scripture? Or do you want to take the opportunity to become the great emperor's disciple? Song Yan's mind spun rapidly as he trembled with excitement. Ha ha ha, it's so lively today. 111 join in the fun. At this moment, a loud laugh reverberated through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Then the sky rumbled, as if a giant creature was about to break through the void. Many experts' faces darkened as they looked into the distance. Selah. The next moment, the void cracked open, and a huge warship sailed out of the dark void. The battleship was 10,000 meters long and completely black, giving off a terrifying pressure. This is the undying battleship of the undying demon nation. Someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked. The undying demon nation was another super demon nation that was on par with the eternal demon nation. Two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain. The two super devil nations were naturally hostile to each other, and would often have conflicts and wars. The immortal battleships of the immortal demon nation broke the void and came here. A group of people stood on the deck of the warship. The leader was a middle-aged man in a long robe. He had an overbearing aura. If you're not dead, what are you doing here? The ancient emperor looked at the burly man and said coldly. Many people were shocked. In the immortal demon nation, there was only one person who dared to use this title, and that was the ruler of the immortal demon nation, the immortal emperor. Just like the ancient emperor, every king of the undying demon nation used the title of undying emperor. Haha, ancient one, it wasn't easy for you to overcome your tribulation. Naturally, I'm here to congratulate you. Why? Am I not welcome here? The undying emperor laughed. You're a guest, come down and sit. The ancient emperor said before ordering his men to prepare a seat. Let's go down. The undying emperor said. Many people followed him and jumped off the warship. There were experts from both the older and younger generations following him. Undying emperor looked around, especially at the young heaven's favorites. At this moment, the top 30 heaven's favorites were still standing in the fighting ring. The top 3 would be able to make a request to the ancient emperor. The top 10 would be handsomely rewarded. And the top 30 would be handsomely rewarded as well. That was why they had been waiting there. The eternal devil nation is indeed full of geniuses. The geniuses are as common as the clouds. Even the good-for-nothing brats of my immortal devil nation are tempted by this. They'd like to have a spar with the geniuses of the eternal devil nation. What do you think, ancient one? The undying emperor laughed. It's here. Many people were moved. The people of the Immortal Demon Nation didn't come with good intentions. They didn't come just to congratulate the ancient emperor. Alright, I have the same idea. It'll be good for them if the two geniuses spar. The ancient emperor said. He couldn't reject them. Otherwise, if word got out, everyone would think that the Eternal Demon Nation was afraid of the Immortal Demon Nation. Good haha. The undying emperor laughed and looked at the young men behind him. Have some fun with the geniuses of the Eternal Devil Nation. Remember, don't embarrass your emperor. Yes, great emperor. Those heaven's favorites cupped their fists. I'll go first. Following that, a young man from the undying demon kingdom leaped onto the battle stage. With a cold and arrogant look on his face, he scanned the geniuses from the Eternal Demon Kingdom and said, "My name is Yuan Tua, and one have a king physique. I have just broken through to the perfection of the absolute saint realm. Who wants to fight me?" The geniuses of the Eternal Devil Nation fell silent. Many of them looked around, but no one dared to step forward. The undying demon nation obviously didn't come with good intentions. The Heaven's Pride experts they sent out wouldn't be weak. They didn't know the other party's strength and didn't dare to make a move rashly. If they were no match, it would be a huge loss of face. They both wanted someone else to make the first move and test each other's strength. Immortal Demon Nation's pride, what's wrong? Don't you dare to make a move? Yuanto sneered. I'll fight you. A delicate voice rang out, and a person stepped out. It was Luo Xian. What a beautiful girl. Haha, don't worry. I'm the most tender and protective person. 111 Show mercy later. Yuantua laughed. What big words. Luo Xian shouted coldly. He didn't like the other party at all. The two of them stood facing each other, their auras spreading out. The paragons on the fighting ring flew down and stood outside the fighting ring. Beauty, I'm ranked 25th in the Immortal Demon Nation. May I know what's your ranking in the Eternal Demon Nation? Yuanto said with a smile. 22. Luo Xian replied coldly. 22nd place. Haha, just in time to defeat you. Yuantua laughed, and the aura on his body became stronger as he suddenly rushed toward Luo Xian. Judge. 111 fight you. Luo Xian said softly. He used the law of judgment to fight with his opponent. Boom. With a loud boom, the two of them were forced back. They were evenly matched. Yuan Tua's expression turned grave as he charged at Luo Xian, who retaliated. The two of them began to fight intensely. It had to be said that Yuan Tua was very powerful. He also had a king body, not any weaker than Luo Xian's. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves, but neither of them had a clear winner. However, many of the people from the ancient devil nation had ugly expressions on their faces. The other party had said that he was only ranked 25th in the Immortal Demon Nation, while Luo Xian was ranked 22nd. The two of them were equally matched. Didn't this mean that the Eternal Demon Nation was weaker? Boom. Boom. In the fighting ring, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves in a row, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. At this moment, Yuanchuo's eyes turned cold. He was the first to fight, and a draw was not the result he wanted. Buzz. Buzz. Yuan Tua's move suddenly changed. His claws were like lightning as they aimed at Luo Xian's chest and other private parts. Luo Xian's expression turned unsightly, and he fell into a disadvantageous position. Despicable. You actually used such a despicable method. Someone from the ancient devil nation shouted. What a joke. In a life-and-death battle, any means can be used. If you don't even understand this, why are you still cultivating? Someone from the Immortal Demon Nation sneered in response, causing the faces of those from the Eternal Demon Nation to turn ugly. Bang. Luo Xian was at a disadvantage, and he was finally no match for his opponent. After being struck by his opponent's attack, his figure was sent flying back, and blood seeped out of his mouth. Buzz. Yuan Tua continued to attack, and Luo Xian was injured, so he was at a complete disadvantage. Jade-like beauty. Let me try the touch of a beauty. Yuan Tua sneered as he approached Luo Xian, and secretly transmitted his voice to Luo Xian. Luo Ho gritted his teeth in anger, but he was indeed no match for his opponent. After a few moves, he was sent flying again. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and rushed down the fighting ring. She understood that she had already lost this battle. If she continued to fight, she would only be humiliated by the other party. Where are you going? Yuan Tuo's figure was extremely fast. He approached Luo Xian at an extreme speed and threw a palm at Luo Xian. Luo Xian was unable to dodge this palm strike. From his seat, Lu Ming had been paying attention to the situation in the fighting ring. At that moment, his eyes turned cold and he rushed up. From a distance, he struck out with his palm. A palm print was formed and blasted toward Yuan Tuo. It was not easy for those above the rank of a martial supreme to fight, but he who was from the younger generation could. Yuan Tuo's expression changed, and he struck with all his might, clashing with Lu Ming's palm print. Then his body trembled and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Buzz. Lu Ming rushed forward and wrapped his arms around Luo Xian's slender waist, returning to the fighting ring. Brat, you're interfering in our battle. Are you trying to break the rules? Yuanto said with a gloomy face. Luo Xian's body has already flown out of the fighting ring, which is equivalent to him admitting defeat. You're the one who broke the rules first, aren't you? Lu Ming said indifferently. Luo Xian's body had indeed rushed out of the fighting ring. Once he rushed out of the fighting ring, it would be equivalent to admitting defeat. Since the other party was still attacking, Lu Ming could naturally help. Brat, you want to be the hero saving the beauty? I'd like to see what you can do. A murderous intent flashed in Yuan Tuo's eyes. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming let go of Luo Xian and was about to take action. But at this moment, a voice was heard. Lu Ming, what are you doing? What business do you have here? Get down. Gang Yan landed on the fighting ring and glared at Lu Ming coldly. You're not even qualified to participate in the competition. When did you get the chance to interfere? The competition with the immortal demon nation's heaven's pride is naturally on us. Get down. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He sneered and said, Oh, 111, leave it to you then. Luo Xian, let's go down. Lu Ming and Luo Xian returned to their seats. Do you want to continue the battle? Gang Yan looked at Yuan Tuo. What's your ranking in the Eternal Devil Nation? Asked Yuanto. Third. Gang Yan replied coldly and arrogantly, a faint smug look on his face. The third ranked of the Eternal Demon Nation wants to fight against me. The 25th ranked of the Immortal Demon Nation? Yuanto said with a sneer. If you want to fight, I'll naturally send someone else to fight you. Gang Yan said. He used the word sect as if everyone had to listen to his orders. I won one battle, so I want fight for now. Yuan Tuo smiled and left the fighting ring. Then, another young man from the Immortal Demon Nation appeared. 1am Aoxian, ranked 15th in the Immortal Demon Nation. Who wants to fight me? Aoxian's voice echoed. I'll fight you. A young man from the Eternal Devil Nation stepped onto the battle platform. He was also ranked 15th in the Eternal Devil Nation. A huge battle had erupted. However, the result left the Eternal Devil Nation's people with ugly expressions. In just a few dozen moves, the genius from the Eternal Devil Nation was defeated. Both of them were ranked 15th, but the geniuses of the Eternal Devil Nation were no match for them. Didn't this mean that the Eternal Devil Nation wasn't as good as the other party? Who else wants to fight? After Aoxian won, he didn't retreat. He wanted to continue fighting. Following that, the genius ranked 13th from the Eternal Devil Nation stepped forward to fight against Aoxian. The two of them exchanged a few hundred moves, but the result was still Aoxian's victory. The sparring continued, but the geniuses from the Eternal Devil Nation were at a complete disadvantage. The two nations had the same ranking. Even the top two of the Eternal Demon Nation's rankings weren't a match for the Undying Demon Nation's Heaven's Chosen. Only those who were ranked 3 or 4 places higher could fight or even defeat the other. A day later, the 6th-ranked opponent had defeated the 4th-ranked opponent of the Eternal Devil Nation. Next, another young man from the Immortal Demon Nation went up. He was the 4th-ranked expert of the Immortal Demon Nation. I've heard that the top 3 of the Eternal Devil Nation are all exceptional geniuses. Who's in 3rd place? Come out and fight. The person spoke. Gang Yan stepped forward with an ugly expression. Boom. The two of them immediately started fighting, and an intense battle broke out. Without a doubt, the Heaven's Pride experts of the Immortal Demon Nation had also cultivated the light of law, which made them extremely powerful. As soon as they attacked, terrifying roars sounded as if the demon gods had awakened. Chapter 2044 Philosopher's Battle. That's the universal magic law. Someone cried out in surprise, recognizing this law. The law of 10,000 demons was also a king path law. It was extremely terrifying and most suitable for people who cultivated demons. Once he used the law of 10,000 demons, he seemed to be able to summon the will of an ancient demon. Using the will of an ancient demon to attack his enemies was extremely terrifying. Although their cultivation levels were similar, Song Yan was at a disadvantage. He roared and tried his best to fight with his opponent. However, after exchanging dozens of moves, he was still no match for his opponent. He was sent flying off the fighting ring and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was defeated in just a few dozen moves, and his opponent was only ranked 4th in the Immortal Demon Nation. Didn't that mean that there were 3 more Heaven's favorites above him? Could it be that the other party had 3 sons of God? Impossible. I've always heard that the Immortal Demon Nation only has 2 sons of God. How is that possible? This person cultivates the law of myriad devils and the light of the law. His combat strength is astonishing. Other than the Son of Heaven, who else is stronger than him? The crowd was in a heated discussion. The experts from the ancient devil nation had ugly expressions on their faces. The ancient emperor's face was dark as well. Today was the day of celebration for him surviving the Great Tribulation, but the Immortal Demon Nation had come and provoked him with the name of their younger generation. This was equivalent to slapping his face. And yet, the Eternal Demon Nation was still at a disadvantage. Buzz. At this moment, another figure rushed up the fighting ring. The Son of the Void. The hearts of many were moved. This was the second-ranked Child of the Void from the Eternal Devil Nation. The Child of the Void strode towards the expert from the Immortal Demon Kingdom. His powerful aura made the other party's face extremely solemn. Your opponent is me. At this moment, a young man from the Immortal Demon Kingdom also rushed up the fighting ring, and his aura rushed towards the Child of the Void. Boom. The Son of the Void's figure was blocked. Void no law again. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly froze. The genius from the Immortal Demon Nation had also grasped the law of the Void, just like the Child of Void from the Eternal Demon Nation. 2 sons of the Void. In the land of myriad devils, there are 2 children of the Void and 2 super devil nations, each with 1. These 2 are fated opponents. When they first rose to power, they often fought. Almost every year, they would fight, and until now, it has been difficult to determine the winner. Luo Xian's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears as he explained. Lu Ming nodded. A different person grasping the same ultimate law. This was indeed a fated opponent. Everyone wanted to be the strongest, and only by stepping on their opponents could they truly climb to the top. This was more meaningful than defeating the other children of God. Therefore, once 2 identical sons of God met, a great battle would definitely break out. Unless the difference in cultivation between the 2 sides was too great, there would be no point in fighting. Boom. The 2 fated opponents knew each other too well. They didn't say anything else and just started fighting. The fearsome laws of the Void collided continuously, as if everything was about to be reduced to nothingness. At the same time, the number 1 expert from the Eternal Demon Nation, the Son of Death, was walking in the air. The law of death revolved around him as he looked at a Heaven's favorite from the Immortal Demon Nation. Buzz. That elite also soared into the sky and stood opposite the Child of Death. A terrifying aura exploded from his body, and a mysterious law burst out at the same time. It's the primordial chaos laws. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He finally saw a new law of the top 10. The primordial chaos laws were the most similar to the chaos laws among the 10 ultimate laws. He still had 3 wisps of nebulous primordial chaos in his hands. The 2 sons of God stood opposite each other, their auras clashing and creating terrifying waves. It's not the first time we've fought. It's hard to determine the winner. The son of primordial chaos spoke. As the top geniuses of the land of infinite demons, they naturally knew each other, and had fought more than once. If you don't have the confidence to defeat me, then there's no point in coming here today, the Child of Death said coldly. Although the other Heaven's Pride experts of the Immortal Demon Nation had the upper hand earlier, the other party couldn't defeat the Children of Heaven. Even if they had the upper hand earlier, it was meaningless. We are not the ones fighting you today. At that moment, the son of primordial chaos spoke. What did that mean? Many people were shocked. If they weren't the ones fighting the Child of Death, who else could it be? Could it be that there were other sons of God in the Immortal Demon Nation? I can tell you that in the past, I was ranked first in the Immortal Demon Nation. But now I'm ranked second. The son of primordial chaos continued. The people from the ancient devil nation were shocked. The son of primordial chaos could only be ranked second? Could it be that he had already been defeated by the child of the void from the immortal demon kingdom? However, the cultivation base of the son of void from the immortal demon kingdom had yet to reach the limit of an absolute saint in the great circle. Moreover, even if he had reached the limit of an absolute saint in the great circle, he might not be able to defeat the son of primordial chaos. At most, they would be on par. Other than the son of void, there was actually someone stronger than the son of primordial chaos in the immortal demon nation? The crowd found it hard to calm down. Bang! Bang! At this moment, on the side of the immortal demon nation, a young man stepped out. Every step he took caused the void to rumble. It was an ordinary-looking young man, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with his arms exposed. His arms were pitch black, like demonic iron, and seemed to be filled with explosive power. His eyes were dark, but they shone with ambition. Everyone from the eternal devil nation turned to look at this man. Could this man be the #1 genius of the immortal demon nation? Stronger than the child of primordial chaos? Impossible. This person's cultivation looks like he's only in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. They're both in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. How can he be stronger than the son of Ming? That's right. It's said that the son of primordial chaos cultivation has already reached the limit of the perfected absolute saint realm. He's just a step away from becoming an emperor-to-be, which is equivalent to the son of death. Many people in the ancient devil nation were discussing this matter, but they couldn't understand why. Even the ancient emperor and the other powerful beings were looking at this young man curiously. Ming was also sizing up the young man. He could vaguely feel that the young man gave him a strong pressure, as if there was a terrifying power in this person's body. He had never felt such pressure, not even when he was facing the stellar river or the son of primordial chaos. My name is Ancient Devil, the young man said indifferently, his voice reverberating throughout the entire area. After he finished speaking, he looked at the Child of Death and said, "Today your opponent is me." Boom. At this moment, the two sons of the void exchanged a blow and retreated. The Child of the Void from the ancient devil nation glared coldly at Ancient Devil. "You want to fight us? Let's see what you're capable of." The Child of the Void from the ancient devil nation was incomparably overbearing. With a wave of his hand, a beam of void light shot out towards Ancient Devil. This kind of void light was extremely terrifying. As long as it swept past, everything would be reduced to nothing. Boom. The Elder Devil made his move. His attack was very simple. It was just a simple punch. Ancient Cultivation System Die. Ancient Devil threw a punch. His fist was covered in a layer of black light. Boom. As this punch passed by, it seemed as if it was going to tear the space apart and collide with the void. Shockingly, when this punch landed on the void law, it shook violently, as if it was about to be torn apart by Ancient Devil's fist. What a terrifying attack. But why don't I feel any fluctuations of laws from him? I didn't feel it either. What's going on? Some people were discussing in shock. Ming's eyes flickered. He was very surprised. He didn't feel the power of any laws from the Ancient Devil. He only felt the explosive power of the Ancient Devil, which seemed to be able to tear apart all laws. Could it be? Some of the older generation seemed to have noticed something, and their faces were filled with shock and horror. Kill. The Child of the Void from the ancient devil nation let out a long howl as a beam of void light shot out and enveloped his entire body. He erupted with his full strength as his void law and saint energy combined to form demonic blades. Blade of nothingness, turn into nothingness. The son of the void's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He waved his arms, and void blades shot toward ancient devil. As long as one was struck by this blade of nothingness, everything would be reduced to nothingness. Not even the most basic particles would be left behind. This was the terrifying power of the void. However, the elder devil was not afraid at all. He was covered in a layer of black demonic light as he continued to punch. Thump! Boom! His fists kept clashing with the void blades, and deafening rumbles sounded in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Bang! Bang! After a dozen or so moves, the void blade was actually shattered by the ancient devil and exploded. The ancient devil stepped into the air, and was shrouded in demonic light. It was overbearing and unparalleled, as if a true ancient demonic god had awakened. Boom! Ancient devil launched a storm of attacks, forcing the son of void to retreat. At the scene, regardless of whether it was the emperor-level experts or the younger generation of the eternal devil nation, everyone was shocked beyond words. The son of the void was actually being suppressed in just a dozen moves. Even the child of death, who was ranked first, couldn't do this. Furthermore, they did not sense any nomological fluctuations from the ancient devil. How can he be so terrifying? I can clearly sense that his cultivation is also in the perfected absolute saint realm. Why is his combat strength so terrifying? He's even suppressing the Son of Heaven. What laws does he control? I can't sense the power of laws. The voices were filled with disbelief. Could it be an ancient devil cultivator? It must be. It must be a primordial demonic cultivator. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such terrifying power. I didn't expect that a primordial demonic cultivator would appear in the primordial realm. At this moment, a few white-haired old men spoke. Their voices were filled with shock and solemnness. An immemorial devil cultivator? Many people were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had heard of this term. The heaven realm's cultivation history is far above that of the primordial realm. According to legend, the heaven realm's primordial era's cultivation system was completely different from today's cultivation system. The path of cultivation back then did not cultivate the power of laws. Instead, it focused more on one's own body. Those who succeeded in cultivating it would have extremely terrifying offensive power. There was a saying that one's power could break all laws. The ancient cultivation system is divided into many types. The ancient demonic Tao at that time was the true demonic cultivation. The origin demonic power was shocking and unparalleled in attack. An old man muttered a bunch of things. Everyone was shocked. The ancient cultivation system. Could it be that the ancient devil cultivated the ancient cultivation system? Ancient devil should be cultivating the primordial diabolism. However, the primordial cultivation system is extremely difficult to cultivate. It's even more difficult to succeed. Later, when the nomological system rose, the primordial cultivation system slowly disappeared. Even in the heaven realm, it's rare. I didn't expect the primordial cultivation system to appear in the primordial realm. Next to Ming and the rest, the master of the Luo family sighed. He had also seen some rumors. There were also some elders who sighed. In fact, the devil cultivators now could no longer be considered true devil cultivators. Luo Xian, Wuxia, and the others were shocked when they heard this. Ancient devil had gained the upper hand. The son of void kept retreating until his fist broke through the void's law. The void law was said to be able to turn everything into nothingness, but it couldn't break the layer of demonic light on the ancient devil's body. Instead, the demonic light pierced through the void law. At the same time, the demonic light whistled and almost tore apart the law light of the son of the void. His figure retreated frantically, and a stream of blood spilled from his mouth. "You've lost," the elder devil said coolly. He looked ordinary, but he had the belief that he was invincible. The son of the void's face turned pale. He had only exchanged a few moves, and he was already defeated. His opponent's cultivation base was not higher than his. They were on the same level. This was a huge blow to him. Every child of God had the belief that they were invincible. They believed that they could defeat all their enemies and reach the peak. The reason he had lost to the Child of Death before was that the Child of Death had broken through to the perfection of the Saint Realm longer than he had, and his nomological laws were stronger than his. When he caught up in this aspect, he would not lose. But now he had been defeated by the ancient devil. The Son of the Void's expression changed. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. He landed on a seat and began to heal his injuries. At this moment, Ancient Devil's eyes turned to the Child of Death. "Do you still want to continue?" Ancient Devil asked. The Son of Death of the Ancient Devil Nation, Ji Long, had a grim expression on his face. Ancient Devil's meaning was very clear. Ji Long was only slightly stronger than the Son of the Void, but Ancient Devil could crush the Son of the Void. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Was there still a need to fight? Fight! Ji Long was very direct. He stepped forward, and the light of death surrounded his body. "Let's decide the winner in one move. If one can't defeat you in one move, it's my loss." Ji Long stared at Ancient Devil. "As you wish." The Elder Devil spoke with confidence. The hearts of countless people from the Eternal Demon Nation were on tenterhooks. Ji Long was their last hope. If even Ji Long was defeated, then the Eternal Demon Empire would be completely wiped out. The Ancient Emperor's face turned dark. He knew that Undying Emperor was here to slap his face. Just when he had overcome the tribulation of heaven and earth and the whole country was celebrating, he had come to slap his face. On the fighting ring, Ji Long and Ancient Devil faced each other. Their auras grew stronger and stronger. When they reached their peak, Ji Long made his move. Death's Abyss. Ji Long moved his hands. As his hands moved, a huge abyss appeared out of nowhere. This abyss was huge and pitch black. It was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to bury everything under the abyss. Although Ji Long and the Blade of Death both controlled the death law, the way they used it was very different. In fact, even if one controlled the same nomological law, different people would naturally have different ways of using it. Lu Ming smiled. The abyss of death was as black as ink and unfathomable. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed Ancient Devil. "I've succeeded." Some of the Ancient Devil Nation's people were delighted. Previously, Ji Long had used this move to defeat the Son of the Void. Even the Void's law could not break the abyss of death. All living beings who fall into the abyss of death will die. "Let's go," Ji Long said. He exploded crazily, and the death chi in the abyss of death was extremely dense. But the next moment, Ji Long's expression suddenly changed. Thump! A deafening explosion came from the abyss of death. Thump! Thump! Then the rumbling in the abyss of death became more and more intense. In the end, the entire abyss of death started to shake violently. After more than a dozen explosions, the abyss of death suddenly exploded. A figure covered in demonic light appeared in the sky like an unparalleled demonic god. As for Ji Long, the moment the abyss of death was broken, his body retreated madly, and a stream of blood flowed out of his mouth. He was defeated. The Son of Death, Ji Long, was also defeated. At this moment, the faces of many from the Ancient Devil Nation turned pale. Even the strongest person from the Eternal Devil Nation had been defeated. This time around, the Eternal Demon Nation had suffered a crushing defeat. Just the Elder Devil alone was enough to defeat all of them. How could the Son of God be defeated? Especially the young people, they were in disbelief. The Son of Heaven was the synonym of undefeated in a battle of the same level. But now, the Son of Heaven had been defeated. Many young men felt their faith crumbling. Ha! Ancient One! The geniuses of your Eternal Devil Nation aren't all that great after all. Is there anyone else who wants to come out and give it a try? The Undying Emperor laughed. The Undying Demon Nation and the Eternal Demon Nation were the two super demon nations in the land of 10,000 demons. They had been competing with each other for countless years. The Undying Emperor was naturally happy to be able to slap the face of the Eternal Emperor. The other members of the Ancient Devil Nation had ugly expressions on their faces as well. Slapping the face of the Ancient Emperor was the same as humiliating them. I didn't expect that there would be someone from the Immortal Demon Nation who has cultivated the immemorial demon Dao to such a level. It's really rare. The Ancient Emperor spoke. Haha. This man is a legendary genius of our immortal demon nation. He couldn't awaken his bloodline since he was young, let alone comprehend intent realm and control the law. But this young man has his own luck. He accidentally obtained the cultivation method of the ancient demonic path. I didn't expect that he was a peerless genius. After cultivating the ancient demonic path, he advanced by leaps and bounds. His attacks are unparalleled, and even the strongest law can't stop him. Undying Emperor was extremely proud of himself as he gave a simple introduction of Ancient Devil. Many people were surprised that the Ancient Devil couldn't cultivate the current martial arts and comprehend intent. However, it was extremely suitable for the ancient diabolism and was a peerless genius. The ancient cultivation system was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was many times more difficult than the current cultivation system. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gradually disappeared. Moreover, it did not mean that one would be able to crush the current cultivation system and even defeat the Son of Heaven just by cultivating the primordial demonic path. Only the most talented of them could reach the level of Ancient Devil. The immemorial cultivation system, the immemorial demonic Tao. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered and heard of the primordial cultivation system. The Heaven Realm's immemorial era was an era that was even earlier than the ancient era. At that time, the evil god race had not even started their attack. That was an extremely long time ago. Lu Ming was really excited. He wondered if he should fight the ancient demon. "Kid, you come up?" Just as Lu Ming was deep in thought, a voice was heard. A young man from the immortal demon nation stepped onto the fighting ring and looked at Lu Ming. Yes, he was looking at Lu Ming. This young man was the one who had defeated Luo Xian before Lu Ming saved Luo Xian and forced him to retreat with a single palm. His name was Yuantua. Previously, he had been careless and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's palm. He felt that he had lost face and had been feeling unhappy. He had been thinking about torturing Lu Ming once to regain his face. Now that the competition was over, he finally found an opportunity to step onto the fighting ring. It's you. Aren't you very strong? Didn't you want to be the hero that saves the beauty? Come up and fight me now. Let me see what you're capable of. Yuan Tua stared at Lu Ming and shouted again. Lu Ming smiled. He was really smiling. He had been looking for an opportunity to show off and attract the attention of the ancient emperor. He also wanted to fight Ancient Devil. Therefore, Lu Ming stepped into the fighting ring without any hesitation. On the side of the eternal demon nation, some of them looked at Lu Ming curiously. This was because Luo Xian had previously said that Lu Ming had defeated Gang Yan, but no one knew if it was true or not. Make your move. I'll give you the chance to make your move. With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming spoke indifferently, his face contemptuous. Of course, he did this on purpose. As expected, Yuan Tua was furious. You're looking for death. Yuan Tua shouted. He channeled all his strength and rushed toward Lu Ming with a whoosh, throwing a punch. This punch was like a demonic bull galloping. It was like a sharp horn as it stabbed at Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming's attack was very simple. He threw a punch. However, he didn't use any array Dao laws in this punch. Instead, he used the prison suppressing heaven technique. The power of the prison suppressing heaven art was completely contained in his fist as it collided with Yuan Tua's fist. Thump. The sky buzzed like a drum. Then a figure flew back and fell heavily hundreds of meters away. This figure was naturally Yuan Tua. Originally, many of the people from the eternal devil nation had been dispirited after the defeat of the two sons of God. However, their eyes lit up at this moment. To be able to defeat Yuan Tua in one move, this level of combat strength was not weak. Could it really be as Luo Xian had said, that Lu Ming had defeated Song Yan? Yuan Tua struggled to get up, his face flushed red. He had challenged Lu Ming to defeat him and save his face. He did not expect that he would be defeated by Lu Ming in one move and sent flying hundreds of meters away. He was completely crushed. He did not regain his face, but instead, it was even more embarrassing. He was filled with regret and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What's your ranking in the eternal devil nation? Yuanto asked, gritting his teeth. If Lu Ming's ranking in the Eternal Devil Nation was high, it would not be that embarrassing even if he lost. Nameless, Lu Ming said calmly. He didn't participate in the Eternal Devil Kingdom's competition earlier, so he was indeed nameless. However, when his words fell into the ears of the Immortal Demon Nation's paragons, they felt that Lu Ming was deliberately humiliating them. A nameless person could defeat Yuan Tuo? You're trying to humiliate us in this way, right? Let me test you. A young man from the Undying Demon Kingdom shouted coldly. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. Many people recognized him. He was ranked 15th in the Immortal Demon Nation, and had defeated a genius ranked 13th in the Eternal Demon Nation. He is the son of chaos, make your move. Lu Ming continued to speak calmly. This person moved and slashed out a vast demonic blade. The power was indeed stronger than that of Yuan Tuo. However, Lu Ming threw a punch and directly destroyed the saber light, sending the other party flying. One move, another move. His opponent had a king body in the perfected Absolute Saint realm. His combat strength was definitely powerful. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, but he could defeat his opponent in one move. This shocked many people. What powerful combat power! One punch and he's done it like a piece of rotten wood. His fighting style is a bit like an ancient devil's. There are no nomological law fluctuations either. Someone was puzzled. I heard before that he defeated Song Yan. One was suspicious before, but now it seems that it might be true. Another person recalled Luo Xian's words. Song Yan's expression was extremely ugly. Initially, some people might not have taken Luo Xian's words seriously. However, Lu Ming had truly displayed his strength and confirmed Luo Xian's words. He had once been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, get off the fighting stage. You're just a nobody. How are you qualified to fight in the ring? Song Yan shouted, wanting Lu Ming to step down. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept over Song Yan as he berated. This is between me and the heaven's favorite of the Immortal Demon Nation. Shut up, you piece of trash. You. What did you just say? Being called trash by Lu Ming in public, Song Yan was furious and glared at Lu Ming. My defeated general, who was defeated by the Immortal Demon Nation, still has the face to talk big here. If he's not trash, then what is he? If I were you, I'd just destroy my own cultivation and stop cultivating martial arts. Lu Ming berated loudly. You, Song Yan's body trembled, his face turning red from anger. How dare you? You're so vicious at such a young age. You want to destroy my state of mind. You deserve to be killed. The Ashen Demon King bellowed, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. His powerful aura enveloped Lu Ming. Song Mo, you shouldn't interfere in the matters of the younger generation. At this moment, the ancient emperor spoke up. With a slight wave of his hand, the aura of the Azure Demon King disappeared without a trace. Previously, he had given the authority to the Azure Demon King during the contest in the Eternal Demon Nation. Since the other party did not allow Lu Ming to participate, he could not be bothered. But now the Eternal Demon Nation had lost all their face. Lu Ming had just defeated 2 of his men, and managed to save some face. Naturally, he wouldn't allow the Ashen Demon King to act rashly. The Azure Demon King's expression changed when he heard the ancient emperor's words. He hurriedly bowed and sat down, but his cold eyes would still sweep over Lu Ming from time to time. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, more and more geniuses of the Immortal Demon Nation arrived on the fighting ring, wanting to challenge Lu Ming. You guys are not my match. Lu Ming shook his head and did not look at them again. Instead, he stepped into the air and walked toward the ancient devil. What was he doing? Many people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was actually walking toward the ancient demon? Even the few sons of God at the scene revealed surprised expressions. Lu Ming came to the front of the ancient devil, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. This is the first time I've encountered an ancient devil Dao. Battle me. Lu Ming said. His voice was clear and calm, but it was like a gust of wind that swept in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming wanted to challenge the ancient devil? Did one hear him right? He wants to challenge the ancient devil? It's true. One heard it too. He wants to challenge the ancient devil. Crazy. He's crazy. Many people shouted. To them, this was truly inconceivable. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge the ancient devil. Just now, ancient devil had displayed his terrifying strength and defeated 2 sons of God in a row. His combat strength was so strong that it shocked everyone. However, Lu Ming was challenging the ancient devil? Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Although he had displayed great combat strength and easily defeated Yuan Tua and the others, there were rumors that he had defeated Song Yan. But so what? They were on completely different levels. A figure like Song Yan would probably be crushed in a single move by the ancient devil. Many people felt that Lu Ming had gone crazy. Luo Xian, Wuxia, the Luo family's head, and the others were also dumbfounded and in disbelief. Although Lu Ming was powerful, he could not be compared to the ancient demon, who was a rare genius. You overestimate yourself. You think you have some strength and you're arrogant. Yu Ning sneered coldly. Playing to the gallery, it's just playing to the gallery. Song Yan sneered loudly, thinking that Lu Ming was just trying to please the crowd. The ancient emperor, undying emperor, and the other top experts were all curious. He knew ancient devil's power, but he still dared to challenge him in public. Was he really trying to attract attention? Just as the crowd was thinking about this or discussing animatedly, Lu Ming's aura suddenly exploded. Boom. In Lu Ming's body, the holy power surged like a mighty river, turning into a pillar of holy power that soared into the sky. What a strong and condensed saint energy! Such saint energy fluctuations aren't weaker than that of an absolute saint in the perfection or peak. No wonder he's so powerful. Sensing Lu Ming's holy power, some people were discussing in shock. However, the next moment, the entire place fell silent. In the void, a dusky light flashed and intertwined with Lu Ming's saint energy, making Lu Ming's aura even stronger. Laws. The laws of chaos. Everyone could tell at a glance that this was the law of chaos. But this was not the end. The next moment, a halo surrounded Lu Ming, making him look like a god of war. This was the light of chaos. At this moment, many people's expressions were extremely interesting. For example, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, Song Yan, and the others could open their mouths so wide that they could swallow a dead rat. And their expressions were as if they had really swallowed a dead rat. They were full of shock, disbelief, and disbelief. As for Luo Xian, her mouth was slightly agape, and her face was filled with surprise. Son of Chaos, it's the Son of Chaos. At this moment, someone finally shouted. The scene was in an uproar. The Son of Chaos. It turned out that Lu Ming was the Son of Chaos. No wonder Lu Ming was so powerful and confident. He said that the other geniuses of the Undying Empire were no match for him, and challenged the ancient devil directly. The Son of Chaos, who had cultivated the light of law, was indeed qualified to challenge the ancient devil. Those who had previously thought that Lu Ming was trying to please the crowd, that he was overestimating his abilities, and that he was crazy, all shut up. The ancient emperor's eyes shone with joy. Who would have thought that in the eternal devil nation, other than the child of death and the child of void, there would be another child of chaos? Ancient One, how can a genius like this be nameless in the eternal devil nation? Ha ha ha. Is this how your eternal devil nation treats a child of the heavens? You've really made me see you in a new light. The undying emperor laughed. The ancient emperor's face darkened as well. For a son of chaos to be nameless in the eternal devil nation, and not even have the right to participate in the competition, if word got out, he would probably become a laughingstock. Some of the geniuses might even be disheartened. Chapter 2047 Great Battle Against Ancient Devil Enslater. This matter has nothing to do with the Great Emperor. It's just that some people think that her's not qualified, so I didn't participate in the competition. That's why I'm unknown. Lu Ming answered. He still needed to borrow the eternal demonic coffin from the ancient emperor. Naturally, he had to speak up for the ancient emperor. Oh, some people really have eyes but can't see. The undying emperor laughed. Gang Demon King and Gang Yao's faces were extremely ugly. This Lu Ming, damn it. The two of them roared in their hearts. The undying emperor said that they were blind. However, they didn't dare to be hostile to the undying emperor. They could only blame everything on Lu Ming. The elder devil looked at Lu Ming in surprise and shook his head. "You're not my match." His voice was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Even Ji Long, who had reached the limit of absolute saint perfection, was not his match. How could Lu Ming be his match? How would you know if you didn't fight? Lu Ming followed suit, also full of confidence. The ancient devil was surprised. Lu Ming clearly knew his combat strength, but he was still so confident. Could it be that he was really confident? Then let us fight. And NBSP'll kill you. Ancient devil spoke, his body exuding a terrifying aura as a pitch-black demonic light enveloped him. Boom. Lu Ming made the first move. He was still using the prison-suppressing heaven technique. However, this time, the prison-suppressing heavenly art had the support of the laws of chaos and the light of chaos. Boom. The sky trembled, and the space rippled like water. A terrifying power rushed toward Ancient Devil. The Ancient Devil's body trembled and demonic light burst forth. He threw a punch that collided with Lu Ming. Thump. A deafening boom was heard, and a terrible force swept out in all directions. Some of the force landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. Bang. 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 A figure took 3 steps back, causing the air to explode. It was Lu Ming. In this collision, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. The Ancient Devil, on the other hand, did not move. Lu Ming is no match for them. Some people sighed in their hearts. He was at a disadvantage in the first move. Lu Ming was no match for the Ancient Devil. Haha, he's overestimating himself. Ancient Devil, you'd better kill him and cripple him. Gang Yao laughed in his heart, hoping that the Ancient Devil would go crazy and cripple Lu Ming. What a terrifying power. At this moment, Lu Ming was also a little shocked. After his clash with the Elder Devil, he had discovered that not only was the Elder Devil's body strong, but the power of his demonic light was also shocking. The demonic light was extremely condensed, and its offensive power was unparalleled. Even Lu Ming's chaos laws were about to be torn apart. It was the first time that Lu Ming had encountered such a shocking power. Again. Lu Ming let out a long howl and circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique to its maximum, continuing to blast the ancient fiend. The Ancient Devil was like a demonic god charging toward Lu Ming. Thump. Boom. The two of them clashed head-on in the air, causing the sky to shake. However, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. Every time they collided, he would be forced to retreat. After exchanging a dozen moves, he had already retreated a few hundred meters. Thump. On the 15th move, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. He felt a sharp pain in his palm and arm. Amazing, amazing, is this Rhe power of the immemorial demonic Tao. Lu Ming was shocked. This was a system that was completely different from the current cultivation system. However, it was even more profound. You're overestimating yourself. You're just asking to be humiliated by challenging the geniuses of the ancient demonic Tao. Gang Yan couldn't help but say sarcastically. However, when he saw the cold glare of the ancient emperor, he shuddered and almost peed his pants. His face turned pale, and he didn't dare to make another sound. Buzz. After the Ancient Devil pushed Lu Ming back with one move, it did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Chaos Finger. At this moment, Lu Ming did not continue to use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Instead, he used the Chaos Finger of Calamity. With a point of his finger, a huge chaos ring formed and flew towards Ancient Devil. Boom. FANBSB. Ancient Devil's fist struck the chaos ring, causing the Chaos Tribulation Finger to shake and crack. But this time, the Elder Devil's attack was also blocked. His body stopped. At this moment, countless runes appeared in Lu Ming's left hand. With a single palm strike, the countless runes condensed into a 9-dragon that charged at the Ancient Devil. Was this the Array Dao law? He has mastered 2 types of laws. How can this be? A saint can actually control 2 laws. Many people shouted in disbelief, and some even stood up from their seats in excitement. It was unheard of for a saint realm to control 2 laws. This guy. I didn't even use much of my strength in Rhe Yuluo Devil Kingdom. Luo Xian sighed. He finally understood why Lu Ming had used the demonic lightning law in the beginning. It was an illusion formed by the chaos law. At the side, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and Ji Peng naturally heard Luo Xian's words. They were all tongue-tied, but in the end, they all sighed. They knew that Lu Ming had not used his true abilities in the Yuluo demonic kingdom. He was just playing with them and probably did not rake them seriously at all. Yu Ning, in particular, had complicated feelings. In the beginning, Lu Ming was her guest elder, but later on, she had personally expelled Lu Ming from the Grand Princess residence. She had actually expelled a son of chaos from the Grand Princess manor. The Undying Emperor said that Gang Demon King and Gang Yen were blind, but she was the same. The 9 dragons roared and pounced at the ancient demon. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his right hand and a chaos finger of tribulation was formed, blasting at the ancient demon. The 2 laws attacking at the same time finally made Ancient Devil's eyes turn serious. The demonic light on his body gathered and finally turned into a demonic blade in his hand. Buzz! A blade light slashed at the 9 dragons. The terrifying power instantly tore the bodies of the 9 dragons apart. However, after the 9 dragons were torn apart, they turned into countless runes that flew toward Ancient Devil, trying to seal him. Break! Fanbsb. Break! Ancient Devil roared as demonic light exploded with astonishing power, tearing apart the Array Dao laws. Fanbsb. He then struck R with his blade, clashing with the primal chaos tribulation finger. Fanbsb. This blade had torn apart the chaos tribulation finger, but his own attack had also been rendered somewhat sluggish. Then Lu Ming used both his hands and activated the Chaos Laws and Array Dao Laws at the same time to fight the ancient demon. The 2 of them fought intensely. Dozens of moves passed in the blink of an eye, but neither of them had a clear winner. The eyes of many from the ancient devil nation lit up. Lu Ming could really fight the ancient demon. His combat strength was shocking and beyond everyone's expectations. As for RHE people from the Immortal Demon Nation, their faces also turned unsightly. On the other hand, the 4 sons of God from the 2 countries had extremely grave expressions. Lu Ming, the son of chaos, was more powerful than they had imagined. He was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm, and he was already so powerful. He gave them a lot of pressure. Lu Ming, first place. This ancient demon is even stronger than the one in the Star River of the Lotus World. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming analyzed the strength of the ancient demon. Back in the Lotus World, Xing Chen's cultivation had already reached the limit of the perfected absolute saint realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming an emperor to be, similar to Ji Long. At that time, Lu Ming had to borrow the vast energy of the 3rd bloodline to be a match for the eternal Star River. However, a long time had passed and Lu Ming was no longer the same as before. At that time, his cultivation had only been in the upper tier of the absolute saint realm. Now he was already at the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only 1 step away from the perfected absolute saint realm. And now, be it the primal chaos tribulation finger, or his mastery of the Array Dao laws, he had improved greatly. Furthermore, the chaos laws and Array Dao laws could already be integrated. Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than when he fought the Eternal Star River in the Lotus Flower World. Now, Lu Ming could suppress the galaxy without using the power of the 3rd bloodline. Of course, that was under the condition that he had not broken through to the galaxy. The battle was still ongoing. However, Lu Ming had the Chaos Laws and the Array Dao Laws. The combination of them was not weaker than his opponent. The Array Dao Law condensed the attack of 9 dragons, which had the power of destruction and seal, especially the seal. Although it was torn apart by the ancient devil's power every time, it would still interfere with him a little. Then he used the Finger of Chaos as his main attack. Although the ancient fiend was strong, it was blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming exchanged dozens of moves in a row, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Destruction. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly used Destruction. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Countless runes filled the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, but they were covered by the light of Primal Chaos. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to see them. Ancient Devil thought this was the same as the Chaos Finger, so he gathered Devil Light and slashed at it. However, when he struck the finger of tribulation, his expression changed. This was because the power of the chaos finger of tribulation had exceeded his expectations. Roar. And MBSB die. He roared, demonic light bursting from his body to block the power of the chaos finger of tribulation. However, he was still a step too late. The terrifying power surged and sent Ancient Devil flying. Ancient Devil retreated a few thousand meters, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. I've lost. The Ancient Devil took a closer look at Lu Ming and said. Then, he stepped back and flew to the warship in the sky. I was lucky. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He had used a trick earlier. The Ancient Devil was injured by him due to its carelessness. If he was on guard, Lu Ming might not be able to defeat the Ancient Demon, even if he had the upper hand. He won. Lu Ming had won. The people from the Ancient Devil Nation were ecstatic. It was really a ray of light at the end of the tunnel. Before, they had been completely suppressed by the Undying Demon Nation. Even the two sons of God had been defeated by Ancient Devil, which was a great loss of face. He did not expect Lu Ming to appear at the critical moment and defeat the Ancient Devil in one fell swoop. There was no doubt that the Ancient Devil was the #1 genius of the Immortal Demon Nation. If even the Ancient Devil was defeated, no one in the Immortal Demon Nation would be a match for Lu Ming. Good. In the Eternal Devil Nation, someone laughed out loud, feeling as though he had finally gotten his revenge. Lu Ming. Luo Xian muttered as his eyes glowed with a strange light. On the other hand, the faces of the people from the Undying Demon Nation were a little gloomy. This time around, they had come prepared. They wanted to use the time when the Ancient Emperor was celebrating his victory to make use of the younger generation to humiliate the Ancient Demon Nation and make the Ancient Emperor lose face. Everything had been going according to their plan, and they had successfully defeated the geniuses from the Eternal Devil Nation. However, who would have thought that Lu Ming would suddenly appear and turn the tables? If Lu Ming continued to challenge them, would he not be able to defeat them? The one who regretted it the most was Yuan Tua. He wanted to slap himself. Initially, Lu Ming did not make a move. He was the one who challenged Lu Ming first. He did not expect that he would provoke a fiend. The Ancient Devil Nation is indeed full of talents. It's a pity that someone is blind. How could such a genius be nameless? What a joke. The Undying Emperor laughed and returned to the battleship. Then, the other members of the Immortal Demon Nation also returned to the battleship. Boom. 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 The battleship started up, broke through the void, and disappeared. The people of the Immortal Demon Kingdom had left, but the Azure Demon King and Song Yan's faces were extremely unsightly. Undying Emperor's words were like a slap to their faces. He's finally gone. This time it's all thanks to Lu Ming. Otherwise, would really be humiliated by the Immortal Demon Nation. That's right. The Undying Demon Nation has a heaven's favorite who cultivates the ancient demon path. How amazing! No matter how amazing it was still defeated by Lu Ming. Someone actually said that Lu Ming is not qualified to participate in the competition. What a joke! After the Immortal Demon Nation's people left, the crowd discussed animatedly, and some even sneered at them. A prodigy like Lu Ming was actually stopped and not allowed to participate in the competition. If Lu Ming was not qualified, who was? Damn it! The Ashen Demon King roared in his heart, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. As for Song Yan, his face was so dark that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. The Ancient Emperor glanced at the Ashen Demon King with dissatisfaction, then turned to Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming, one heard that you're from the Yuluo Demonic Kingdom? Naturally, the Eternal Demon Emperor had heard the discussions of the others. Not bad, Lu Ming said. Well, good. I didn't expect there to be such a heaven's favorite in the Yuluo Demonic Kingdom. He's at the peak of the ultimate saint realm, and defeated the heaven's favorite of the ancient demonic Tao. It's a rare sight. I hereby announce that the ranking of this competition will be rearranged. You will be first, and the others will move back 1 place. The ancient emperor announced. Song Yan's expression changed greatly. Lu Ming won 1st place, and the people behind him fell back 1 place. Originally, Song Yan could have made a request to the great emperor if he had gotten 3rd place, But now that he had become fourth, he had no right to make a request. Song Yan almost vomited blood. He had already thought of what conditions he would ask for, which would be of great use to him, but now all of that was for nothing. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Song Yan was filled with hatred. In his opinion, why did Lu Ming have to attack and defeat the ancient devil? It was all Lu Ming's fault. As for whether he would be humiliated by the immortal demon nation, what did it have to do with him? How could it compare to the importance of his request to the great emperor? Do you guys have any objections? The ancient emperor's gaze swept across the entire place, stopping on the faces of Song Demon King and Song Yan. They had 100 or 1,000 complaints in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. It was obvious that Lu Ming had defeated the ancient devil and restored the reputation of the ancient devil nation. The ancient emperor was very satisfied with Lu Ming. They could only smile against their will and say that they had no objections. Alright, since that's the case, Lu Ming will take first place. According to my promise, the top 3 can make a request of me. Lu Ming, whatever request you have, feel free to make it. The ancient emperor said to Lu Ming. The ancient demonic coffin has been stolen. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had challenged the ancient devil because he wanted to spar with it. However, he wanted to take the opportunity to show off his strength and attract the attention of the ancient emperor. This would give him a chance to make a request. Now Lu Ming had achieved his goal. Your Majesty, Lu Ming would like to borrow the eternal demonic coffin for a month. I hope your Majesty can grant him his wish. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the ancient emperor and stated his request. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually made this request. The ancient demonic coffin was the national treasure of the ancient devil nation, and only the ancient emperor had the right to control it. Lu Ming was really bold to ask to borrow the eternal demonic coffin for a month. Luo Xian's heart could not help but tighten. He was worried for Lu Ming. Impudent. Lu Ming, don't think that you can take advantage of me just because you have some talent and have made some small contributions. The ancient demonic coffin is a precious treasure. It's not something you can use. The Azure Demon King seized the opportunity to step out and berate him. However, Lu Ming did not even spare him a glance. His gaze was fixed on the ancient emperor. The ancient emperor frowned as well. Lu Ming, change your request. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely help you. Lu Ming's heart sank. Even the ancient emperor did not agree. Your Majesty, I'm borrowing the ancient demonic coffin to save someone. I have a family member whose soul is injured and one need the ancient demonic coffin to heal him. Please grant me my wish. Lu Ming said again. The ancient emperor's brows furrowed even deeper, as if he was deep in thought. After a moment he said, Lu Ming, after the banquet, come and look for me. Yes. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that there was hope. Then the others made their requests. The requests of the 2 sons of chaos were naturally related to cultivation. The eternal emperor agreed to them one by one, making everyone else envious. The Battle of the 10 Lands will be held in less than 3 years. At that time, there will be great opportunities. So, during this period of time, you have to cultivate well and improve your cultivation and combat power. In the Battle of the 10 Lands, you can seize the opportunities. The ancient emperor's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. Many young men clenched their fists. They had heard of the Battle of the 10 Lands, and were all looking forward to it. That was a gathering of the prodigies of the entire primordial realm. How exciting would that be? The banquet continued until the next day, when everyone left. Princess, I won't be returning to the Yuluo Devil Kingdom. Lu Ming bade farewell to Luo Xian, the Luo family's master, and the rest. Luo Xian sighed in her heart. Ever since she saw Lu Ming's strength, she knew that he would definitely not stay in the Yuluo Demonic Kingdom. The waters of the Yuluo Demonic Kingdom were too shallow to keep a true dragon. Take care. If there's a chance, come find me in the Yuluo Demonic Kingdom. Luo Xian bared his teeth, revealing a pair of tiger teeth. He was quite cute, of course, with such a beautiful princess. I'll definitely think about you all the time. If there's a chance, 111 definitely go find you. Lu Ming smiled and made a joke. In the end, the people from the Yuluo Devil Kingdom left. The celebration was over, and they were about to return to the Yuluo Devil Kingdom. Young Master Lu Ming, please follow me. A burly middle-aged man came to Lu Ming. He was sent by the ancient emperor. Lu Ming nodded and followed the middle-aged man to a side hall. The ancient emperor was seated at the top of the side hall. After arriving here, the middle-aged man retreated. Lu Ming, do you really have to borrow the eternal demonic coffin? The ancient emperor went straight to the point. Yes, great emperor. Without the ancient demonic coffin, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for my family to wake up. Lu Ming said with a determined look. The ancient emperor pondered for a moment before saying, Lu Ming, if one still have the eternal demonic coffin, one can lend it to you for a month. But, the ancient emperor paused. Lu Ming was taken aback. What did the ancient emperor mean by that? Could it be that the ancient demonic coffin was not in the hands of the ancient emperor? To tell you the truth, the ancient demonic coffin was stolen a year ago. The ancient demon emperor paused for a moment before continuing. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The ancient demonic coffin had actually been stolen? How was this possible? Who could steal the ancient demonic coffin from the hands of the ancient emperor? However, he had never thought that the ancient emperor was lying to him. Given the ancient emperor's status, there was no need for him to lie to him. If he did not want to lend it to Lu Ming, there was nothing he could do. One didn't bring the ancient demonic coffin with me. I hid it in a secret place in the palace. A year ago, it was stolen by someone. After that person stole the ancient demonic coffin, he escaped into the demonic sea. At that time, I was preparing to cross the heavenly tribulation, so I didn't chase after him. The ancient emperor said. It's actually the demonic sea. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had stayed in the Yuluo Devil Kingdom for some time, and had some understanding of some of the terrifying places in the land of myriad devils. The Devil Sea was known as one of the 3 forbidden areas in the land of 10,000 devils. It was extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, countless people had entered and countless people had died inside. It was said that even great emperors might be in danger if they entered. However, there were also rumors that there were great opportunities in the demonic sea. If one could obtain them, they could make a major breakthrough. Entering the demonic sea was purely based on luck. If they were lucky, they would be fine even if their cultivation was low. However, if one was unlucky, even great emperors would be in danger after entering. There was once a great emperor who entered and came out with serious injuries, shocking the entire land of myriad demons. Someone had stolen the ancient demonic coffin and escaped into the demonic sea. We can't lose the eternal demonic coffin. We must get it back. Now that I've passed the great tribulation, I'm going to gather a group of people to enter the demonic sea and get the coffin back. If you want to borrow the coffin, you can go in with me. However, in the demonic sea, the situation is ever-changing. I can't guarantee your safety. I will %. The ancient emperor said. Let's go in. Emperor, I'll go in with you. Lu Ming did not hesitate and agreed. No matter what, he had to get the ancient demonic coffin and save Qiuyu. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to try. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal little fellow. Alright, you can stay in the palace for now. I'll send someone to call you when the time comes. The ancient emperor said. Then he got someone to arrange a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming stayed in the palace and waited. Lu Ming did not have to wait too long before the ancient emperor sent someone to find him. He brought Lu Ming to a vast area. Demon King Song. There were already many people gathered here. Lu Ming saw the Azure Demon King with a single glance. The Azure Demon King's gaze swept over Lu Ming, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming discovered that there were hundreds of people gathered here. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all very old. There were martial emperors and emperor-to-be. Lu Ming asked around and found out that these people were going to enter the demonic sea. There were hundreds of emperor-to-be and dozens of martial emperors here. Hundreds of emperors-to-be were at the end of their lifespans. They entered the demonic sea in search of opportunities to break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live for long. Chapter 2050 Entering Demonic Sea. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. There were hundreds of emperor-to-be who were at the end of their lifespans. The strength of this super devil nation in the land of myriad devils was absolutely terrifying. However, on second thought, Lu Ming understood. The sage realm could live for 100,000 to 200,000 years, but it was too difficult for an emperor-to-be to break through and reach the martial emperor realm. After so many years of accumulation, the number of emperor-to-be was absolutely shocking. It wasn't just the eternal demon nation. It was the same for other powers in other places. These people didn't have long lifespans. If they didn't find an opportunity to break through, they would die of old age sooner or later. As for the martial sovereigns, they were not at the end of their lifespans. Instead, they were about to face the next heavenly tribulation. A martial sovereign's heavenly tribulation was stronger than the previous one. If he could not keep on breaking through, he would die under the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. Since ancient times, countless martial sovereigns had been born. However, only a few of them could truly live on. Most of them had died under the heavenly tribulation. The martial emperor himself could actually sense the probability of him surviving the Great Tribulation. For example, the people in front of him were not confident that they could survive the Great Tribulation. Therefore, they also wanted to enter the demonic sea to try their luck and see if they could make a breakthrough. It was the same for the Azure Demon King. He was still a few thousand years away from his next great calamity. Thousands of years might seem long, but to these ancient martial sovereigns, it was just the blink of an eye. At this moment, the space flickered and the ancient emperor appeared. Everyone bowed to him. This time, the main mission of entering the demonic sea is to take back the eternal demonic coffin. At the same time, I can try my luck, the ancient emperor ordered. With a wave of his hand, a black jade token appeared in the air. Carry these jade tokens with you, and you'll be able to roughly sense each other's location. If we get separated in the demonic sea, we can gather according to the directions shown on them. The ancient emperor introduced them before waving his hand. A jade token flew out to everyone, giving them one each. Lu Ming also received a piece and kept it. Let's go. You guys enter my small world first. I'll take you there, the ancient emperor said. Then he waved his hand and Lu Ming felt a force enveloping him. In the next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is the small world of the great emperor? Lu Ming rushed to the sky and looked around, exclaiming. All he saw were vast mountains, with no end in sight. There were still living creatures in the mountains, but Lu Ming realized that these creatures were different from those in the outside world. There was a high chance that this was the little world of the ancient emperor, a living being that was born on its own. Great emperors controlled great DAOs, but there were only 3,000 great DAOs. If they controlled different great DAOs, the small world would naturally be different, and the creatures would be different. It was extremely wonderful. Lu Ming looked around curiously. Not far away, the Azure Demon King's eyes would sweep over Lu Ming from time to time, flashing with killing intent. After about half a day, a force acted on their bodies and they left. Lu Ming discovered that they were standing on the peak of a mountain. We are already at the edge of the demonic sea. The voice of the ancient emperor rang out. Lu Ming looked forward. In front of him was a pitch-black cloud, like an ocean of clouds. There was no end in sight. This was the demonic sea. The Devil Sea was not a real ocean, but was called the Sea of Devil Chi. The demonic sea was filled with endless demonic chi. It was vast and boundless, like a vast ocean, so it was called the demonic sea. Once we enter the demonic sea, everything will become unpredictable. You all have to follow me closely, the ancient emperor said as he took the lead and charged towards the demonic sea. The crowd followed closely behind the ancient emperor. Chi chi chi. Lu Ming realized that the black mist stuck to his body as soon as they entered the demonic sea. It was highly corrosive. Lu Ming quickly circulated his saint energy to resist. Fortunately, the corrosion wasn't very strong. An emperor-to-be should be able to block it. They flew forward for a while, and then flew straight down. The demonic sea's terrain seemed to be very low. They continued to descend, and they had descended tens of thousands of meters. However, the deeper he went, the fainter the demonic chi seemed to be. At the end he could resist it with just a little saint power. At this moment, they finally saw the ground. It was a vast gray land. The entire land was gray, deathly silent, and devoid of life. After they landed, they were highly focused. This was the demonic sea, one of the 3 most terrifying forbidden areas in the land of 10,000 demons. If one was unlucky, even emperors would be injured if they entered. They naturally didn't dare to be careless and were on full alert. The ancient emperor spread out his consciousness as though he was sensing something. Then he flew into the depths of the demonic sea. The ancient emperor's speed was extremely slow, and everyone was still able to keep up. This region was deathly silent, without any signs of life. They had flown for a full day, and they didn't know how far they had flown, but they hadn't encountered a single living creature or any danger. Look, an ancient city. At this moment someone shouted. Everyone looked to the side, and indeed, there was an ancient city in the mountains. However, this was only a ruined city. It had completely collapsed, as if it had fallen from the sky. They went to take a look, but they didn't find anything. Some people once speculated that the demonic sea was an ancient battlefield. However, some people said that the things in the Devil Sea fell from the sky, which was why the Devil Sea was formed. From the looks of this ancient city, it really did look like it had fallen from the sky. Suddenly, the ancient emperor turned around and looked behind him. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked behind them, but there was nothing there. Some of them were scared. Was there really something behind them? Otherwise, why would the great emperor be so wary? Great emperor, what did you find? Someone asked. The ancient emperor frowned and shook his head. Let's leave this place. After saying that, he flew forward. The crowd followed, but many of them had grave expressions. Even the great emperor seemed to have some apprehensions, which made them feel scared. They couldn't be so unlucky as to encounter something that even great emperors were afraid of, right? If that was the case, the situation would be bad. Very quickly, they had flown a very long distance. Right at this moment, the ancient emperor came to a sudden stop. Looking into the void, he hollered out, "Get out here!" Boom. The ancient emperor then struck out with his palm. The power of a great emperor was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. With a single palm, the entire void was shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The void exploded. At this moment, everyone saw a figure wrapped in a black robe. No one could see his face clearly. However, this figure's strength was extremely shocking. His body flickered non-stop, and he was so fast that not a single one of the ancient emperor's palm strikes could hit him. A great emperor realm expert. Everyone's expression changed, becoming extremely unsightly. That figure was definitely at the emperor level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the palm of the ancient emperor. Chapter 2051 Endless demonic insects. That figure kept on flashing, and was extremely fast. Buzz. All of a sudden, the figure waved his hand, and a terrifying demonic light was sent flying towards the ancient emperor. This demonic light was like an unparalleled demonic blade with infinite power, splitting the sky. Boom. The ancient emperor rushed forward and struck out with a palm print. It collided with the demonic light, and the sky rumbled. So it's you. Hand over the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient emperor hollered as his body flickered, and he charged towards his opponent, unleashing a terrifying attack. The other party wasn't afraid at all. His entire body was engulfed in demonic light as he engaged in a battle with the ancient emperor. Retreat! Someone shouted, and they retreated frantically. That black shadow was definitely a great emperor. The shockwaves from a battle between great emperors were too terrifying. If one was sucked in, death would be the only outcome. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated thousands of miles. Boom, boom. In that area there were constant rumbles. The void was completely shattered, showing how intense the battle was. Many people's faces turned pale. They didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying expert the moment they entered. At the same time, they recalled the words of the ancient emperor. Could it be that the ancient demonic coffin had been stolen by this figure? Ming clenched his fists tightly. He hoped that the ancient emperor could defeat his opponent and take back the eternal demonic coffin. If even the ancient emperor couldn't take it back, then he would have no hope at all. Then, what's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. He didn't need to shout, everyone saw it. In front of them, a black wind was sweeping toward them. The gale covered a very wide area, as if it was covering the sky and the earth. No, it was not a gale, but a type of insect. A kind of pitch-black insects was endless. They gathered together and flapped their wings, bringing with them endless gales that swept toward Lu Ming and the others. From afar, it looked like a pitch-black gale. These are demonic beetles. My God! Why are there so many of them? An old man whose hair was about to fall out exclaimed. He was an emperor-to-be, but his face was extremely ugly. Demonic beetles were a very terrifying type of demonic insects. They might not be strong individually, but when gathered together, they were terrifying. Moreover, the demonic beetles that appeared here were endless. Those above the martial supreme realm block the demonic beetles. Those below the martial supreme realm run. The voice of the ancient emperor rang out from afar. They didn't dare to disobey the great emperor's orders. All the martial sovereigns, including the Azure demon king, rushed toward the demonic beetles. Boom, boom. Dozens of martial sovereigns attacked at the same time. There were true sovereigns and void sovereigns, and their power was extremely shocking. Large numbers of demonic beetles were killed and fell to the ground like raindrops. Many of them were turned into ashes by the martial sovereign's terrifying power. However, there were too many demonic beetles. They were a dense mass and seemed endless. It was impossible to kill them all. There were still many that managed to break through the martial supreme's encirclement and charge toward Lu Ming and the rest. Let's go! Someone shouted. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Hundreds of emperors-to-be fled in all directions. Lu Ming also rushed in one direction. Hoo hoo hoo. The wind whistled as the countless demonic beetles formed an arc, trying to surround them. Charge. Lu Ming used all his strength and his speed was faster than many emperor-to-bes. He rushed toward an opening. There were no demonic beetles there. However, when Lu Ming was about to break out of the demonic beetle's encirclement, his expression changed slightly. The demonic beetles had also appeared in front of them. However, there weren't many of them, and they couldn't be compared to the endless demonic beetles. Charge! Lu Ming gritted his teeth and rushed over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each demonic beetle was the size of a fist. Their bodies were pitch black as if they were made of black iron. They were like pitch-black cannonballs as they charged at Lu Ming. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This combat sword was a monarch weapon. To deal with these demonic beetles, a combat sword was the best weapon. It was more useful than a spear. Whoosh! Lu Ming swung his combat sword and dozens of demonic beetles were cut in half. However, compared to the densely packed numbers, a few dozen was nothing. There were still many demonic beetles that charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his saint energy and combined it with the law of chaos to form a protective shield around his body. Boom! Boom! The demonic beetles crashed into the protective shield, causing it to shake violently. However, it could not break through Lu Ming's defense for the time being. Kill! Lu Ming held the monarch weapon sword and slashed continuously, killing a large number of demonic beetles. In a few breaths, hundreds of demonic beetles fell to the ground. These demonic beetles were not very powerful individually, but there were too many of them. They charged at Lu Ming fearlessly and crashed into his protective shield. If this went on, Lu Ming's holy power would be consumed very quickly. Once his holy power was exhausted, he would be in danger. At this moment, the other emperors-to-be were also attacked by the demonic beetles. They also did their best to charge forward, constantly killing demonic beetles as they charged forward. Kill! 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 Lu Ming kept swinging his sword. With every swing, a large number of demonic beetles were killed. He charged forward quickly. Wherever he passed, demonic beetles fell like rain. Fortunately, this was not the place where the demonic beetles gathered. It was only the edge, so there were fewer demonic beetles. Not long after, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement and flew forward at top speed. Hoo 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 behind him. The wind howled and countless demonic beetles were chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming buried his head and flew madly. He flew for at least a few hours before the demonic beetles behind him disappeared without a trace. However, Ming was also completely separated from the rest. Look at the map. Ming took out the map that the ancient emperor had given him and infused his saint energy into it. The jade card glowed, and a picture floated in the air. However, there was nothing unusual on the map except for a bright spot. Ming made a comparison. The position of this light spot was where he was. This light spot was him. It seems that only by activating this jade token will there be light spots floating on it. Ming's heart stirred. Now that everyone was in the middle of a great battle, there were naturally no specks of light floating around. Then Ming realized that he was lost. He had been flying around randomly and changing his direction constantly. At this moment, he had no idea where he was. In the end, Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. For the next few days, Ming did not meet a single person or any living creature. It was as if there was only one person left in the entire world. In the past few days, he had already flown who knew how far. Kill, kill, kill. All of a sudden, Ming heard faint shouts coming from the front. Ming was shocked. This was because these battle cries did not come from one or two people, or even dozens of people. It was like the roars of an army of thousands of soldiers. How could there be thousands of soldiers and horses here? Ming revealed a curious look. Then he used the divine breath technique to completely conceal his aura. He stuck close to the ground and rushed toward the source of the sound. The ancient city and the killing intent. The closer Ming got to the source of the sound, the more intense the battle cries became. Kill, kill, kill. Battle cries shook the heavens and shot straight into the clouds. Ming climbed up a dead silent mountain peak and stood at the peak. He looked ahead and his pupils suddenly shrank. There was a huge ancient city in front of them. This ancient city was different from the ones they had encountered before. The ancient cities they had encountered before had almost all collapsed, but this one was intact. It was extremely majestic and huge. From a distance, it looked like a prehistoric giant beast lying there. Outside the ancient city, there was a black mass of figures. These figures were wearing iron armors and holding all kinds of combat weapons. These aren't living beings. Ming sized up the figures carefully. They were pitch black and the bodies under the armor seemed to be formed by energy. They were not living creatures. Ming muttered. This should be a demonic spirit formed from the undying demonic will of a demonic path elite who died in battle. There were at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits. When they gathered together, they would occasionally let out battle cries that shook the heavens and earth. However, Ming had been wandering outside the ancient city. He didn't leave or enter the ancient city. This ancient city is intact. I'm afraid there's an opportunity. Ming pondered, but he did not plan to go in and explore. Not to mention whether there was any danger in the ancient city, just the demon spirits alone were not easy to deal with. After observing for a while, Ming shook his head. He moved and left the place. This time, Ming did not fly far before he saw a few streaks of light. A few elders appeared not far away. These were the quasi-emperors from the eternal devil nation. Clearly, they had been drawn over by the battle cries. Ming. The emperor-to-be also saw Ming. They smiled and flew toward him. Ming, what's in front? Why is there such a fierce battle cry? It's as if there are thousands of soldiers and horses. An old man asked. He had a gentle smile on his face and a kind expression. An ancient city. There are at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits outside the ancient city. The battle cries are from the demonic spirits. Ming answered. An ancient city. The old men's eyes lit up. They had come here in search of opportunities because their lifespans were about to run out. If they could not break through, they would die sooner or later. After cultivating for more than 100,000 years, they were finally reduced to dust. They were unwilling and wanted to give it a try. When they heard that there was an ancient city, they were naturally moved. They speculated that it was very likely that the demonic sea had fallen from the heavenly realm and formed. It definitely contained opportunities. Ming, aren't you going to explore the ancient city? The kind-looking old man asked. I'm not going. Lu Ming shook his head. His main goal in entering the demonic sea was the eternal demonic coffin. He was not too interested in the opportunities. Let's go in then. The kind-looking old man smiled. There were 4 of them in total. They flew in the direction of the ancient city and passed by Lu Ming. Just as the 2 sides crossed each other, a sword light suddenly bloomed from the hands of the kind-looking old man, slashing toward Lu Ming's neck. The sword light cut through the air with a terrifying whistling sound. It was extremely sharp. At the same time, the other 3 emperor-to-be also made their move. All kinds of terrifying attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's vital parts. However, when the 4 attacks landed on Lu Ming, the chaotic light burst out from his body and blocked all their attacks. The chaotic light shook and a powerful force surged out. The 4 emperor-to-be's bodies trembled, and they retreated. You guys are really looking for death, Lu Ming said coldly, his cold gaze sweeping across the 4 of them. You've been on guard against us? The kind-looking old man said with an ugly expression. At such a close distance, they had launched an attack at an astonishing speed. If Lu Ming had not been on guard against them, he would not have been able to react in such a short time and defend himself and counterattack. The only explanation was that Lu Ming had been on guard against them and had long prepared his defense. That old fellow, the Azure Devil King, has been showing killing intent towards me from time to time along the way. I've also heard that he's extremely powerful in the Eternal Devil Nation. If he wants to order some people around, there will be many who are willing to become his lackeys. Naturally, I have to be on guard, Lu Ming said indifferently. It could be said that other than the ancient emperor, Lu Ming was wary of everyone else who entered the demonic sea. The old man, Song Demon King, had lost face because of Lu Ming last time. It was obvious that he held a grudge against him and had always wanted to kill him. With the power of Song Demon King, it was normal for him to bribe some people to kill Lu Ming. Let's go. The kind-looking old man roared, turned around and ran. They were all too clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. He was not someone they could fight against. Since their sneak attack had failed, they could only run. Do you think you can escape? Kill. Lu Ming was the first to chase after the kind-looking old man. His speed was shocking. He caught up with the kind-looking old man in a few breaths. The kind-looking old man was almost scared to death. He shouted, Lu Ming, you can't kill me. This is the Eternal Devil Nation. If you kill me, you'll die too. You're still threatening me at this time. What a joke. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He pointed his finger and a finger force that had been condensed to the extreme burst out. Although the kind-looking old man tried his best to block it, it was completely useless. The finger force directly pierced through the space between his eyebrows, and even his soul was destroyed. Buzz. After Lu Ming killed the other party, he did not stop and chased after the other 3. Split up and run. One of them shouted, and the 3 of them fled in 3 different directions. However, Lu Ming caught up to another person and killed him in a few moves. Next, Lu Ming went after the 3rd person. Don't spare me, the emperor-to-be shouted. However, Lu Ming was extremely cold. He had to kill these people. How dare you? You're looking for death. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. In the distance, a terrifying demonic light slashed at Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Before he could finish his sentence, the demonic light was already about to cut Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and a sense of danger rose in his heart. At this moment he burst out with all his strength. The light of chaos surrounded his body as he controlled 2 types of nomological laws, and used his strongest move, destruction. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Boom. And NBSB, a gray finger of tribulation pointed at the demonic light, erupting with a deafening boom. The demonic light buzzed and was eventually blocked by Lu Ming. However, the chaos finger of tribulation was also cut apart by the demonic light. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging towards him. His body could not help but retreat a few thousand meters. He felt the chi and blood in his body churning. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It was definitely a martial emperor. Whoosh. In front of him, a black-robed middle-aged man appeared. This person exuded a terrifying aura. It was the Emperor's might. This person is definitely not a one-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had fought with a one-star Void Emperor before, but he was definitely not as strong as this middle-aged man. Chapter 2054 Demon Spirit Army. The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, Lu Ming, the Emperor has treated you well, and even brought you here to look for the eternal demonic coffin. I didn't expect that you would secretly kill the Devil Nation's experts. You're simply cruel and unscrupulous. You deserve to be killed. Laughable. You want to kill me? There's no need to make it sound so high and mighty. It was the Azure Demon King who sent you to kill me, right? You're just a lackey. Lu Ming ridiculed. At the same time, he was rapidly thinking of a way to escape. Die. The black-robed middle-aged man did not say anything more. He took action immediately. The power of the world burst forth and turned into a saber light, slashing at Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. A 2-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming determined that this person should be a 2-star illusionary emperor. He was stronger than a 1-star illusionary emperor, but not to such an outrageous extent. However, a 2-star illusionary emperor was far from what Lu Ming could withstand. Buzz. Lu Ming turned around and left. He turned into a ray of light and headed in the direction of the ancient city. If he wanted to shake off his opponent, he could only rely on the ancient city. You want to leave? No way. The black-robed middle-aged man shouted coldly. He turned into a black light and chased after Lu Ming. At the same time, he slashed out a black demonic light. Lu Ming's body glowed. Dozens of absolute saint weapons and 2 sovereign weapons floated in the air. The dozens of weapons gathered together, and the combat weapon Qi gathered to form a huge defensive weapon. At the same time, the laws of chaos and the light of chaos were added to the combat weapon. Lu Ming did not care about it and moved forward at top speed. Buzz. The black-robed middle-aged man's demonic light slashed at the combat weapon behind Lu Ming. The combat weapon trembled, and the dozens of weapons were almost scattered. If it weren't for the 2 monarch weapons, the fact that the battle weapon Qi was perfectly fused together, and the chaotic light and chaotic laws, an ordinary absolute saint weapon would have been shattered by this attack. The terrifying power gushed towards Lu Ming continuously. He felt his blood churning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But in the end he still managed to block it. Moreover, that force had become his driving force, allowing him to fly forward at a faster speed. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned cold. Lu Ming's strength was really terrifying. He was actually blocked even with his 2-star illusionary divine combat strength. However, at the thought of the reward promised by the Azure Demon King, his heart burned with passion and he chased after Lu Ming even faster. Kill. In front of the ancient city, there were tens of thousands of demon spirits. They were all wearing armor and holding weapons, shouting and killing. Lu Ming was approaching the ancient city rapidly. Buzz. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the black robe launched another attack. A beam of demonic light slashed at the combat weapon behind Lu Ming, causing it to shake. This time Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. With his current battle strength, he could still contend with an ordinary 1-star Void Emperor. However, the difference between him and a 2-star Void Emperor was too great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured it. He rushed toward the dark mass of Mo Ling Kill. Some of the demon spirits discovered Lu Ming. Their killing intent was like a tide, sweeping towards Lu Ming. At the same time, various weapons were launched at Lu Ming. It's equivalent to the Great Saint Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he determined the strength of the demon spirit that was attacking him. Therefore, he did not stop at all. He used the chaotic light to protect his body and rushed over. Bang! Bang! The Mo Ling that attacked Lu Ming exploded. In an instant, Lu Ming had dashed a few hundred meters. However, more demon spirits immediately charged at Lu Ming. Their combat strength was stronger than before, reaching the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming did not care, and continued to rush forward. Behind him, the black-robed middle-aged man stopped. He did not dare to be like Lu Ming and rush over rashly. It was a good time to observe first. Behind them, there were more than 10 figures rushing over. They were all old men in the Emperor-to-be realm. It was obvious that most of them had arrived later. Just the few of you. The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly as he swept his gaze across the crowd. The 2 martial sovereigns will be here soon. A white-haired old man said. Yes, we've been entrusted by the Azure Demon King to kill Lu Ming. We can't make any mistakes. One of us will stay here and wait for the other martial supremes. The rest of you will follow me and prepare to charge into this ancient city, the black-robed man ordered. At this time, Lu Ming had been charging forward, and he had already covered more than half the distance. Although there were many demon spirits, they were too scattered. Moreover, there were not many experts in the first section. The strongest was only a perfected absolute saint. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. However, the closer they got to the ancient city, the stronger Mo Ling's strength became. Buzz. Buzz. A few rusty iron swords came slashing at Lu Ming. The blades whistled as if they were going to tear Lu Ming apart. This was the attack power of an emperor-to-be. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He threw a punch and a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, crashing forward. Bang! Bang! A few demon spirits were sent flying by the prison-suppressing steel, and turned into ashes in the air. The prison-suppressing heavenly art really does have a restraining effect on this demon spirit. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He kept swinging his fists, and the emperor-to-be demon spirits were sent flying. Even when facing an emperor-to-be demon spirit, Lu Ming's speed did not slow down. He quickly approached the ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man finally couldn't help but roar. Charge with me. Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. The black-robed middle-aged man took the lead and rushed out. More than 10 emperor-to-be followed him like a long spear, stabbing toward the demon spirit army. Only one emperor-to-be was left to meet the others. The black-robed middle-aged man was, after all, a 2-star illusionary emperor. He led more than 10 emperor-to-be experts and instantly pierced through the army of demon spirits like a long spear, chasing after Lu Ming. Ordinary demon spirits could not stop them at all. When the black-robed middle-aged man was halfway through, Lu Ming was already about to break through the Mo Ling's defense. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was in trouble. 2 terrifying demon spirits launched an attack at Lu Ming. These 2 demon spirits were both wearing rusty armor. One held a sword, and the other held a spear. Their strength was extremely shocking. These were 2 demon spirits that were equivalent to 1-star Void Emperor. The iron sword and long spear flew towards Lu Ming, shattering his prison-suppressing steel's illusionary shadow and blocking his path. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Sure enough, there was a martial emperor in the demon spirit army. Fortunately, they were not too terrifying. The 2 demon spirits were only equivalent to 1-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming has been blocked. Let's kill our way over. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He charged toward Lu Ming at an even faster speed. With the 2 demon spirits blocking Lu Ming and him, Lu Ming would definitely die. Prison-suppressing steel. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind moved. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline floated out and expanded rapidly. It emitted thousands of rays of light and suppressed the 2 demon spirits. Boom. Boom. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel was more effective against the demon spirits. The 2 demon spirits were sent flying by the force of the steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he broke through the demon spirit army's encirclement, rushing towards the ancient city. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming was within a certain range of the ancient city, the demon spirits stopped in their tracks and no longer chased after him. Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and sprinted towards the city gate of the ancient city. Chapter 2054 Man-Eating Armor. The city gate of the ancient city was open, but the light inside the city seemed to be very dim. From the outside, the large buildings in the city were hazy and could not be seen clearly. Boom. Boom. Behind them, the black-robed middle-aged man continued to blast away Mo Ling and chased after them. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed into the ancient city. However, the moment he rushed into the ancient city, Lu Ming's expression changed. He couldn't fly in the ancient city. The ancient city forbade flying, and there was a mysterious power that prevented him from flying. Moreover, The light in the city was indeed very dim, and the visibility was not high. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see very far. In the city, there were many huge palaces and all kinds of ancient buildings. They were tall and majestic, like behemoths standing in the ancient city. Lu Ming dashed into a small alley. He ran wildly in the small alley and then turned to another small alley. There were countless streets and alleys in the ancient city. After making a few turns, Lu Ming was already far away from the city gate. At the same time, the black-robed middle-aged man had also rushed into the ancient city with his men. As soon as they entered the ancient city, their expressions changed because they felt that they couldn't fly. There might be opportunities in this ancient city. Let's look for Lu Ming while looking for opportunities. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a hint of greed. Then he asked two emperor-to-be to guard the city gate. If they found Lu Ming, they would inform him immediately. He took the rest of the emperor-to-be and chose a random street and ran. At this moment, two more people arrived outside the ancient city. These were two old men with exceptionally powerful auras. They were both powerhouses of the empty emperor realm. After the emperor-to-be who had stayed outside to provide support briefly explained the situation, the two void emperors also rushed toward the ancient city. Although there were martial emperor realm demon spirits among the demon spirits, the two of them were focused on charging forward, and did not linger on the battle. The illusionary emperor demon spirits could not stop them. After a while, they also rushed into the ancient city. Lu Ming strolled around the ancient city, bypassing many ancient and strange buildings. In the city, it was silent and abnormally quiet. It was empty, without a single living being. What's in these buildings? Lu Ming was curious. He rushed to the wall of a building and looked inside. The inside of the building was also empty, with nothing inside. It was an empty city. Lu Ming looked at a few buildings consecutively. They were all empty. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He saw the door of a hall in front of him, which was ajar. The doors of the other buildings were all closed, except for this palace. Could it have been opened by those people from the Eternal Demon Nation? Lu Ming pondered. The bunch from the ancient Devil Nation must have entered as well. It wasn't surprising that they were the ones who opened the door. Lu Ming restrained his aura and approached the door, looking inside. His pupils suddenly constricted when he took a look. There was a small courtyard in the palace. In the courtyard, there was a figure. This figure was sitting cross-legged, wearing armor, but under the armor, there was a skeleton. The armor was rusty and had dark red blood stains. It seemed that he was an ancient person who had fallen for a long time. Lu Ming observed for a while and left the place, continuing to walk through the ancient city. He pondered if he should return to the city gate and leave the ancient city. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. He felt that this ancient city was very strange. After turning around for a while, 7 or 8 figures suddenly flashed at the end of the street in front of them. They were the black-robed middle-aged man and the emperors-to-be. The other party also saw Lu Ming at a glance. Lu Ming, where do you think you are going now? The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly as he chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and ran towards another street. The middle-aged man in the black robe was in hot pursuit. They had explored a few ancient buildings in succession, but did not find anything. There was no opportunity that they had imagined. Therefore, Lu Ming could not let it go. At the very least, if they killed Lu Ming, they would be rewarded handsomely by the Tsang Demon King. Very soon, Lu Ming had turned 2 streets. However, at this moment, 2 more figures appeared in front of him. Lu Ming's expression changed when he saw the 2 of them. Their auras were extremely terrifying. They were also martial emperors. Lu Ming. When the 2 of them saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with killing intent and they charged at him. Haha, stop Lu Ming. The black-robed man laughed. Lu Ming's face darkened. It seemed that the Azure Demon King really wanted to kill him. He had actually secretly allied with so many people. Naturally, Lu Ming could not stop to fight with the other party. The other party had 3 void emperors. Once he was entangled, he would definitely die. Lu Ming's figure changed and he dashed out from the right side of the street. At this moment, an extremely shrill scream reverberated through the silent ancient city. Lu Ming turned around and took a quick glance. He immediately felt a little scared. He saw an emperor-to-be who was chasing after him. He was at the back of the group and was covered in armor. It was a rusty armor with dark blood stains. The emperor-to-be's body was quickly shriveling up as if his blood essence had been devoured. What the hell is this? Get lost! The black-robed middle-aged man roared as he waved his hand, and a black demonic blade slashed at the armor. Buzz! A crisp sound rang out as the demonic blade struck the armor, but there was not a single mark on the armor. As for the emperor-to-be, he had stopped screaming and turned into a skeleton. Let's attack together. The black-robed middle-aged man was furious, and he attacked the armor with all kinds of attacks. However, the armor flickered and rushed into a building. By the time they entered the building, the armor was gone. The black-robed middle-aged man's and the others' faces turned gloomy. Continue to chase after Lu Ming. The black-robed middle-aged man bellowed in anger. They continued to chase in the direction that Lu Ming had escaped. However, it didn't take long before another scream was heard. That armor came out of nowhere and entangled another emperor-to-be. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others launched a storm of attacks. All kinds of attacks landed on the armor, making clanking sounds. In the end, they flashed and rushed into another building. The armor ate people. Everyone was scared. What was going on? It was just a piece of armor, but it had rushed out repeatedly and devoured people's blood essence. An emperor-to-be had no power to resist. This was too horrifying. The faces of the remaining emperors-to-be turned pale. The emperor-to-be will walk in the middle. The three of us will guard the periphery, the black-robed middle-aged man said. He let the emperor-to-be walk in the middle, and the three void emperors guard the periphery. Not far away, Lu Ming also heard the screams and felt a little scared. A piece of armor actually ate people. More importantly, Lu Ming felt that this armor looked very familiar. It was exactly the same as the armor on a corpse that he had seen in the courtyard. Could it be that armor? Intense battle in the ancient city. Lu Ming was sprinting when he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He felt a sense of danger approaching. He turned around abruptly and pointed his finger behind him. Buzz! The energy of Rhe chaotic finger of tribulation burst out and hit a piece of armor. Clang! The armor shook a little, but it was fine. It did not leave any traces behind. It swayed twice in the air and pounced directly at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming repeatedly pointed the finger of tribulation of chaos at Rhe armor, but it was useless. The armor only shook a few times and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. That's... Lu Ming saw that there was blood flowing on the armor. It stretched out toward him like tentacles. Lu Ming activated the chaos laws and the light of chaos to resist. However, when the tentacle touched the chaotic laws and chaotic lights, they started to rock heavily and were torn apart in one breath. Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly, his hair standing on end. This armor was extremely terrifying. It could not even block the light of chaos. Prison suppression. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The prison-suppressing steel-s bloodline emerged behind him, emitting a brilliant light that suppressed the armor. Chi-chi-chi, when the blood-red tentacles on the armor touched the energy of the prison-suppressing steel, they made a sizzling sound, like ice being thrown into a fire, melting quickly. The blood-red tentacles retracted, and the armor disappeared in a flash. That was close. Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel and heaved a long sigh. The armor was extremely evil. It seemed to have a spirit and was indestructible. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming is there. Not far away, a loud roar came from the black-robed middle-aged man and the others, who were chasing after Lu Ming. It was obvious that they had discovered Lu Ming's use of the prison-suppressing steel. The light was too strong. You really don't want to give up. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he dashed in one direction. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of a hall. The door of the hall was left ajar. Lu Ming restrained his aura to the extreme. He approached the door and looked inside. In the courtyard, there had been a skeleton wearing armor. Now there was another skeleton, but the armor was gone. It's indeed this armor, Lu Ming muttered. Then, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline emerged and floated above his head. Lu Ming rushed toward the skeleton. There was nothing unusual. Lu Ming came to the side of the skeleton. Buzz. At this moment, the door flashed and the armor appeared. It twisted in a very human-like way, as if it was very nervous. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, it'll destroy this skeleton. Lu Ming condensed a large hand with his holy power and grabbed the skeleton. As expected, the armor stopped and did not dare to approach. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that his guess was right. The armor and the skeleton were one. Or rather, the owner of the armor was the skeleton. Perhaps the skeleton had been very powerful when it was alive, and the powerful energy from its death had nourished the armor, allowing it to gain sentience. However, the armor was still restricted by the skeleton. Once the skeleton was destroyed, the armor would also be affected. Back off, Lu Ming said coldly. The armor twisted a few times, but in the end it still retreated. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Follow behind me. Don't do anything rash. One can destroy this skeleton with a single thought. Having said that, Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed in one direction. The armor could only follow behind Lu Ming obediently. Come on, Lu Ming sneered. The prison-suppressing steel expanded rapidly and emitted a bright light that could be seen from far away. Then he put away the prison-suppressing steel and hid the armor in a building, waiting quietly. They didn't have to wait long before a figure flickered in front of them. It was a black-robed middle-aged man, who was leading a group of people over at extreme speed. However, he did not see the other two martial sovereigns. Lu Ming smiled and looked behind him. Two silhouettes approached at top speed from behind. They were the two martial sovereigns who had chased after him. Obviously, the other party was afraid that Lu Ming would run away and attacked him from both sides. 2-1-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming revealed a cold smile and stood there without moving. Buzz, buzz. In a flash, the black-robed middle-aged man, along with 7 or 8 Emperor-to-be and 2 Void Emperors, surrounded Lu Ming. It seems like that old fellow Gang Demon King really spent a lot of money to kill me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, although you're a genius, it's a pity that you don't know how to conduct yourself. You even dared to offend the Azure Demon King. Only death awaits you. The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming was really speechless. Speaking of which, from the beginning to the end, he had never taken the initiative to provoke the Azure Demon King. It was the other party who had been targeting him. First, he was not allowed to participate in the competition. In the end, Lu Ming defeated the ancient devil and slapped him in the face. Did he not ask for it? Such a person could only be described as narrow-minded. If you want to kill me, be careful not to lose your lives here. Lu Ming sneered. Boom. Lu Ming moved and cast destruction. The primal chaos tribulation finger pointed at Rhe black-robed man. You're overestimating yourself. The black-robed middle-aged man moved as well. His palm was like a blade as he slashed out. A demonic blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom. Destruction. The finger of tribulation of chaos was shattered after only a few strikes. Lu Ming retreated hastily. But at this moment, the armor rushed out of a building and entangled an Emperor-to-be. The Emperor-to-be let out a shrill scream and his body quickly withered. Kill Lu Ming first. The black-robed middle-aged man roared and charged at Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming dashed into a hall at the side. The black-robed middle-aged burly man and 2 other martial sovereigns rushed into the hall and chased after Lu Ming. Of course, that included the Emperor-to-be. The palace was huge, but it was empty. There was not a single living being in it. Lu Ming rushed into the hall and headed deep into the hall. Behind them, another shrill scream was heard. The armor swallowed one Emperor-to-be and then entangled another. Moreover, as the armor devoured the Emperor-to-be, it seemed to become stronger and stronger. In the beginning, it would take several breaths to devour an Emperor-to-be, but now, it only took 1 breath. Damn it! The black-robed middle-aged man roared. If this went on, the Emperor-to-be would be devoured. You two continue chasing. Oh, go block that armor. The black-robed middle-aged man roared and turned around to attack the armor. By the time he arrived, Another emperor-to-be had been swallowed by the armor. In just a short while, 3 emperor-to-be had already been devoured by the armor. The black-robed middle-aged man was furious. He attacked with all his might. However, the armor didn't fight with him at all. It flickered a few times and escaped. The remaining 5 emperor-to-be's faces were pale and bloodless. Next, follow me closely, the black-robed man said. Devouring the Void Emperor, the black-robed middle-aged man led Arichi remaining 5 emperors-to-be in pursuit of Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming and the 2 illusionary thearchs had already rushed out of Arichi Hall and ran a long distance away. Lu Ming, die. We'll give you a quick death. You've offended Arichi Azure Demon King. Your fate is already decided. The 2 void thearchs continued to shout coldly, provoking Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He wandered around the winding streets. After running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and sneered. You want to kill me? Come. 11 bang. Bang. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and charged towards the 2 void thearchs. The 2 illusionary thearchs were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming had suddenly stopped running. However, Lu Ming's stopping was exactly what they wanted. Kill. 11. The 2 void thearchs charged towards Lu Ming. However, at this moment, Arichi armor rushed out of a building on the side and pounced on one of Arichi Void Emperors. The Void Thearch was shocked and quickly changed the direction of his attack, bombarding the armor. However, the armor was sturdy and immortal. It only trembled slightly before it continued to charge at Arichi Void Emperor. Tentacles emerged from the armor and wrapped around the other party. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming, on the other hand, cast the chaotic finger of tribulation with all his might and charged at the other Void Emperor. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, the illusionary divine did not dare to be careless. He also unleashed his full strength and attacked Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming and the illusionary Thearch exchanged 2 blows. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was blocked by the illusionary Thearch. Lu Ming had once fought against the He family's illusionary emperor. However, the He family's illusionary emperor had just broken through to the 1-star illusionary emperor realm not long ago. His combat strength was not as strong as the person in front of him, but it was not too far off. Although Lu Ming was no match for him, he was a threat to the other party. Lu Ming's back glowed and the 3rd bloodline appeared. Lu Ming had borrowed a part of the 3rd bloodline's power. However, Lu Ming was very careful. He did nor dare to borrow too much, and only borrowed the part that he could control. Even so, Lu Ming's abilities had increased greatly. And NBSB whoosh. Lu Ming continued to use the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. After borrowing the power of his 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. He could finally fight his opponent head-on, and not be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was holding one of them back, while Arichi other Void Emperor was in danger. The power of the armor had indeed increased greatly after devouring several emperor-to-be experts. The armor was already very terrifying. It could nor even block Lu Ming's light of chaos. And now, the power of the armor had increased greatly. In addition to Lu Ming's threat, it exploded with a terrifying power. The emperor-to-be's attacks kept hitting the armor, but it was useless. The armor kept getting closer and closer, and the blood-red tentacles reached out and broke the defense of the opponent. A blood-red tentacle wrapped itself around the Void Emperor and began to devour him. Get lost! The Void Emperor roared in fear and struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The armor wrapped around him tighter and tighter, like an octopus. It wrapped around him tightly and began to devour him. Arg! Save me, quickly save me! 11. The Void Thearch screamed and twisted his body frantically. However, it was all in vain. He felt that everything in his body had been devoured by the armor. His body was rapidly shriveling. The other illusionary Thearch was shocked and wanted to save him, but he was held back by Lu Ming. At this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man finally arrived with his men. However, by the time he arrived, the Void Emperor, who had been bound by the armor, was already beyond saving. His body had completely shriveled up and turned into a skeleton. His essence, chi, and spirit had disappeared without a trace. On the armor, A layer of bright red light spread out, as if there was blood flowing on it. Buzz. The armor moved and pounced directly at the illusionary divine who was fighting Lu Ming. Get lost. The Void Emperor launched an attack in an attempt to break through the armor and escape. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance to do so. He pointed his finger at the man's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and be severely injured. The armor wrapped itself around him, and its tentacles wrapped around him, starting to devour him. Help! 11. The Void Emperor cried out in horror. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned pale with fear. If even a 1-star Void Emperor could not put up any resistance, then he, a 2-star Void Emperor, would probably not be able to do so. Let's go. The black-robed middle-aged man turned around and left without hesitation. This ancient city was too strange. If he stayed any longer, he would probably lose his life. The 5 Emperor-to-be followed the black-robed middle-aged man and rushed toward the gate of the city. They didn't want to stay in this ancient city for a second longer. The Void Emperor, who was entangled by the armor, let out a desperate roar. Not long after, he was completely devoured by the armor and turned into a skeleton. After devouring 2 Void Thearchs in a row, the armor emitted a piercing blood-red light. It was extremely terrifying. The armor seemed to be staring at Lu Ming, and was wandering around him. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The prison-suppressing steel was suspended in the air. At the same time, he grabbed the skeleton and stared at the armor. The armor flew a few rounds. It seemed to be afraid that Lu Ming would destroy the bones. Moreover, it was also very afraid of the prison-suppressing steel. In the end, it retreated a distance away from Lu Ming. Chase. Lu Ming muttered and chased after the black-robed middle-aged man and the rest, the armor following behind him. However, when Lu Ming rushed to the ancient city's gate, he realized that the middle-aged man in the black robe and the rest had already rushed out of the city and into the demon spirit army. They were trying to break out of the siege. Buzz. Lu Ming had also rushed out of the city, but the armor remained in the city. It seemed that it could not leave the city. No matter how Lu Ming threatened it, it was useless. Lu Ming sighed in regret, and could only retreat back out of the city. Not long after, the black-robed middle-aged man broke out of the demon spirit's encirclement. However, he did not go far away. Instead, he stood guard. His expression was extremely unsightly. This time they had really suffered heavy losses. After entering Arichi Ancient City, not only had 4 Emperor-to-be died, but 2 Void Emperors had also died inside. An Emperor-to-be couldn't compare to an Emperor-to-be. An Emperor-to-be was already a martial emperor. Perhaps only 1 out of 100 Emperor-to-be could break through to the martial emperor realm. Send a message to the Azure Demon King. Well, wait here. It seems that the armor won't come out. The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. Without the armor, Lu Ming did not take it to heart. Lu Ming observed the city for a while, and noticed that the black-robed middle-aged man was standing guard outside the city. He could not help but frown. The black-robed middle-aged burly man was a 2-star Void Emperor. Even if he borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline, he would not be able to break out. Let's take a look at this ancient city, and see if there are any other forces that we can borrow. Or perhaps, there are other city gates that we can use to head outside. Lu Ming pondered, then turned around and headed into the ancient city. This ancient city was too large, vast and boundless. With the no-fly zone, flying was not allowed, so it would take a lot of time to run. Lu Ming explored more than 10 buildings in the city, but he did not find anything. There was nothing strange about it. This ancient city seemed to have nothing else other than the armor and the skeleton in Lu Ming's hands. The creatures in the ancient city. To Lu Ming's disappointment, he came to the left and right sides of the ancient city, but he could not see the city gates. There were only tall and majestic city walls. There seemed to be a force on the city walls that prevented him from going up. In other words, it was impossible to get out of the city wall. This ancient city can't only have 1 city gate, right? Lu Ming was speechless. Most large cities would not have only 1 gate. Even if they had fewer, they would have at least 2. Normally, there were 4, 8, or even more. Perhaps there's a city gate in the depths of the ancient city. in the direction of the city gate. Lu Ming pondered. He planned to enter the depths of the ancient city and pass through it. Just as Lu Ming was about to set off to the depths of the ancient city, some figures descended outside the ancient city. One of them had 8 people, 4 of whom were martial sovereigns. The one leading them was an old man, who was the Azure Demon King. The Azure Demon King held immense power in the Eternal Devil Nation. He was of the same generation as the Eternal Emperor, and was a peak true emperor. He was highly regarded by the Eternal Emperor, and many people in the Eternal Devil Nation would give him face. They had only killed Lu Ming, a junior. Moreover, the Azure Demon King had promised a generous reward. Naturally, many people followed the Azure Demon King to kill Lu Ming. What's going on? The Azure Demon King arrived and swept his cold gaze across the black-robed middle-aged man. It's like this. The black-robed middle-aged man trembled as he explained the situation in the ancient city. An armor. A glint flashed in the Azure Demon King's eyes, followed by a cold killing intent. They had lost so many experts because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming deserved to die. Those above the rank of Marshal Supreme, follow me. The rest of you stay outside. The Azure Demon King instructed before flying into the ancient city. The Azure Demon King was an expert at the peak of the true Emperor realm. He was too strong. In the hands of the Azure Demon King, those demonic spirits were like ants. With a single palm strike, a large number of demonic spirits were destroyed. They easily charged through the demon spirit army and into the ancient city. Split up into groups of 2 and look for Lu Ming. Once you find him, send out the news immediately, the Azure Demon King said. The people who had come with the Azure Demon King this time were no small matter. There were a total of 3 people. One of them was a true emperor, and the other 2 were void emperors. However, they were all 5-star void emperors and above. Their strength was much stronger than that of the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man followed the true emperor to the right. The 2 powerful void thearchs went to the left, while the Azure Demon King went to the middle, searching for Lu Ming inch by inch. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the center of the ancient city, and was heading deeper into the city. In contrast to the direction of the city gate, this side was indeed the depths of the ancient city. When Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the ancient city, he felt a little creeped out. He kept having a sense of danger. The buildings here are more majestic. They look like small castles. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. The buildings here were indeed more majestic. They were pitch black and filled with the aura of time. Lu Ming moved forward carefully. The armor was following him closely. Thump. Suddenly, a building in front of them started to shake. Lu Ming was shocked and stopped. Thump. Then the building started to shake again, as if a giant beast was attacking the castle. After a few vibrations, the sound disappeared again. Lu Ming frowned. He activated the divine breath technique and restrained his aura to the extreme. Then he continued to move forward. Roar. When Lu Ming passed by the building, there was a loud roar from the building. Then, the sound of iron chains clashing could be heard. The next moment, Lu Ming saw a claw reaching out from the building. This claw was like the claw of a wild beast. It was covered in black scales, and there were black chains wrapped around the claw. The claw was as big as a house and it grabbed at Lu Ming, exuding a terrifying aura. Lu Ming was shocked and he retreated rapidly. However, the claw suddenly expanded and became longer and bigger at an alarming speed. It grabbed at Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to be caught, Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel glowed and shot towards the claw. Chi-chi-chi. The claw was covered by the light of the prison-guarding steel, making a sizzling sound and black smoke. Roar. Another loud roar came from the building as the claw retracted. Lu Ming retreated continuously. After he had retreated a certain distance, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Ming was shocked to find that there were living creatures in the building. It looked as if it was locked. This ancient city seemed to have existed for countless years. Why were there still living beings here? Could it be that the creature in the building was locked up by the original owner of the ancient city? However, to be able to survive for so long without dying, it was definitely extremely powerful. Let's change the direction. Lu Ming left the place and walked to the right for a while before he continued to move forward. In front of them there were still many huge buildings. Lu Ming carefully passed through some buildings, but he did not discover anything unusual. It seemed that not every building had living creatures. Even if there were, it was possible that they had already died after such a long time. There were not many who could have survived. However, Lu Ming's good luck did not last long. Roar! With a roar, a claw stretched out from a building. This claw was even bigger than the previous one. It was covered with black scales and had long nails, like the claw of a demon. Lu Ming blocked the attack with the prison-suppressing steel and retreated quickly. Fortunately, the prison-guarding steel had a strong restraining effect on this kind of claw. As soon as the claw came into contact with the light of the prison-guarding steel, it quickly retreated back into the building. Lu Ming retreated a distance and wandered around the area. It seemed that all the buildings in this area had those terrifying creatures. He didn't know which ones had it, and which ones didn't. Even with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, it would not be safe for him to force his way through. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, a few figures were rushing in Lu Ming's direction at top speed. When the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline glowed, he was discovered even though he was far away. Gang Demon King and the others rushed towards Lu Ming at top speed, with him being the fastest. Although he was a peak true emperor and was forbidden from flying in the ancient city, his speed was still shocking. Just as Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should charge in, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He looked behind him and saw a figure flashing toward him at high speed. In an instant, the figure appeared not far from Lu Ming. Demon King Tsang. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. Lu Ming die. The Azure Demon King launched an attack on Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming shouted and the armor charged at the Azure Demon King. Boom! The Azure Demon King was so powerful that he sent the armor flying. While he was calling for the armor to take action, Lu Ming had already rushed into the depths of the ancient city. Chapter 2058 Pursuit in the face of an expert like the Azure Demon King. Only death awaited them if they rushed out. Only by rushing in would they have a chance of survival. Kill! The Ashen Demon King bellowed as he chased after Lu Ming, but the armor had caught up to him again. The armor was covered in rust, but it was now emitting a thick blood-red light. Tentacles stretched out and wrapped around the Azure Demon King. Boom! The Azure Demon King punched out, and the terrifying force of his fist sent the armor flying far away. However, the material of the armor was indeed extraordinary and indestructible. It wasn't shattered by the Azure Demon King. After the armor was knocked away, it flew back towards the Ashen Demon King. Looking at Lu Ming heading deeper into the ancient city, the Azure Demon King's face was filled with anger. At the same time, the other 4 people had also arrived. You guys go after Lu Ming? The Ashen Demon King said coldly. The other 4 nodded and chased into the depths of the ancient city. The Azure Demon King's cold eyes stared at the armor, and a layer of black flame spread out from his body. This was a type of demonic fire. It was extremely terrifying and had an astonishingly high temperature. He pressed down with one hand, and demonic fire surged out, enveloping the armor. After all, Song Demon King was a peak true emperor expert. Although the material of his armor was sturdy and immortal, the energy it contained wasn't high. How could he be a match for Song Demon King? After being enveloped by the demonic flames, the armor let out a sizzling sound. The bright red blood was quickly refined by the demonic flames. Not long after, the armor fell to the ground with a clang, as if it had become a pile of scrap iron. In the armor, not only was the blood refined, but everything else was also refined, including the only trace of the imprint. It disappeared without a trace, completely turning into a pile of scrap iron. Lu Ming, who was running, was startled. The skeleton in his hand turned into ashes with a bang. Lu Ming knew that the armor would not be able to stop the Azure Demon King. He was at the peak of the true emperor realm, and was only one step away from becoming a great emperor. His combat strength was too strong. Buzz. And MBSP whoosh. Behind him, 4 figures were chasing after Lu Ming at an alarming speed. They were the 4 martial emperor powerhouses. One of them was covered in world-divine light. He was clearly a true emperor. This true emperor was the fastest. He chased after Lu Ming as fast as lightning. Roar. At this moment, a loud roar came from a huge building. A huge claw reached out from the building and grabbed at Lu Ming. Let's go all out. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to rush inside. At the same time, he controlled the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and made it float above his head. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel glowed brightly. As soon as the huge claw got close to the prison-suppressing steel, it quickly retracted as if it was burned by fire. Lu Ming successfully rushed past the building and continued to venture deeper. In just a few breaths, the true emperor caught up. The true emperor had naturally seen the huge claw just now. At this moment, the power of the world circulated through his entire body, and he was on full alert. Roar. Sure enough, as soon as the true emperor got close, the claw stretched out and turned into the size of a house. What the hell is this? Die! The true emperor shouted coldly. The power of his world burst forth and turned into a battle axe that slashed down. Boom! The battle axe struck the giant palm, but the palm only trembled a little and was completely fine. It only left a shallow mark on the scales. On the other hand, the true emperor's body swayed and he took a few steps back. Roar! There seemed to be a terrifying demon in the building. It roared continuously and clawed at the true emperor again. He extended his arm. It was an arm covered in black scales and wrapped in black chains. It made clanking sounds as it grabbed at the true emperor. It was as if a world was floating out of the true emperor's body. In an instant, several colors of light fused together and unleashed a terrifying attack. This was the combined use of several laws, and its power was very terrifying. Compared to Lu Ming, who was only at the initial stage of the fusion of two types of laws, it was many times stronger. At the martial emperor realm, one could cultivate many types of laws. They could even merge with each other and have extremely shocking power. Boom! The true emperor's attack clashed with the giant claw. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal chains clashing could be heard. The giant claw was blocked, but the true emperor was also blocked. He couldn't rush over. This creature is locked inside and can't come out. I'll stop it. You guys rush over and kill Lu Ming. The true emperor opened his mouth and launched another attack. He fought against the huge hand and entangled it. The other three people's faces were grave. They went around the area and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to venture deeper. He passed by more than 10 huge buildings, and there was nothing unusual. Thump! Thump! Just as Lu Ming continued to run, a loud boom came from a building in front of him. A large hand grabbed at Lu Ming. Not only was this huge hand covered in thick scales, but it also carried a terrifying cold current as it swept towards Lu Ming. Even though he was very far away, Lu Ming felt as if he was going to be frozen. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to bombard the prison-suppressing steel with his bloodline. Fortunately, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel could still restrain the other party. The big hand reached back and Lu Ming rushed past it. Behind him, the black-robed middle-aged man, and the other two had very serious expressions. They were not true emperors. They did not dare to charge forward. They went around the building and chased after Lu Ming. However, they weren't so lucky. Not long after they went around, a claw reached out from another building and grabbed them. Not good retreat. One of them had a huge change in expression as he frantically retreated. The other two's expressions also changed, and they also retreated. But it was too late. The black-robed middle-aged man had the weakest cultivation. He was only a 2-star void emperor, and he was immediately caught. Oh! He let out a shrill scream and tried to break free, but it was no use. The big hand clenched, and the black-robed middle-aged man's bone armor burst with a crackling sound, making him spit out a large mouthful of blood. He no longer had the strength to struggle. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. He had come in to kill Lu Ming for the reward. The generous reward could even help him survive the next great calamity. But now he would die here. After the big hand grabbed the black-robed middle-aged man, it stretched back. Then the building was filled with shrill screams and the sound of chewing. The other two void thearchs felt a chill run down their spines. Even with their cultivation bases, they were breaking out in cold sweat. It was obvious that the black-robed middle-aged man had been eaten by the creature in the building. The two of them didn't dare to move forward and stopped there. "Get lost, you bunch of trash." At this moment, the Azure Demon King rushed over and punched out at the true Emperor's claw. Terrifying demonic fire burned, and the claw was thrown off. The scales on the claw flew and fell off. The battle power of a peak true Emperor was not to be underestimated. It was much stronger than a normal true Emperor. Slash. Then the Ashen Demon King's hand slashed down like a blade. Endless demonic fire turned into a demonic blade and cut the claw off. Chapter 2060 Death Before Rebirth. The strength of the Azure Demon King was truly terrifying. He was a peak true Emperor. Although the living being in the building was strong, it had definitely been suppressed for countless years, and didn't have much fighting power left. The Azure Demon King's demonic saber slashed down, and that huge arm was chopped off. Roar. Within the building, a living being roared. The chains clanged and the building rumbled as if a giant beast was about to charge out, but in the end, it didn't. The Ashen Demon King dashed past him, chasing after Lu Ming. Up ahead, Lu Ming's expression was grave. The living beings in these buildings could not stop the Azure Demon King at all. He had to speed up. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and rushed forward at top speed. Not long after, another creature roared from another building. This time, it was a large flame that spewed out from the building. Lu Ming blocked it with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and rushed past it. Following that, Lu Ming came across a few buildings that had living creatures, but he used the prison-suppressing steel to charge through them. Behind him, Song Demon King was chasing after Lu Ming at an alarming speed. If not for the creatures that obstructed him along the way, he would have caught up to Lu Ming long ago. What do we do? Lu Ming was rapidly thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Now that Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was out of his control, with his own cultivation base, facing the Azure Demon King was a dead end. However, other than the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, he had no other treasures on him that could resist the Song Demon King. After that, Lu Ming crossed a long distance. There were no buildings in front of him, only some low rocks. Lu Ming did not stop. He could only continue to rush forward. Now he could only try his luck and hope that there was something up ahead that could stop the Azure Demon King. Buzz. Lu Ming was like a fleeting shadow, his speed shocking as he rushed forward. Behind him, the Azure Demon King continued to pass through buildings and soon arrived at the low rocky area. However, Lu Ming, who was in front, suddenly stopped. That was because there was no road ahead. There was a lake that blocked their way. This was a lava lake. It was extremely vast, completely blocking the path ahead, and exuded a terrifying temperature. This was definitely not ordinary lava. Lu Ming felt a sense of danger. "Haha, kid, why aren't you running anymore?" The Azure Demon King caught up and stopped not far away. He looked at Lu Ming with a faint teasing look. "Old man, you're too narrow-minded. You've lost your own face, but you want to blame it on me." As Lu Ming spoke, he was thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Even if he was in a desperate situation, Lu Ming would not give up. It's not a good thing for young people to be in the limelight. The Ashen Demon King said coldly as he walked towards Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming should not have made a move and sat quietly. How could he embarrass himself in public? "Boy, you must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters to reach this stage. Give me everything you have, including some ancient scriptures, and I may let you live." The Azure Demon King laughed coldly. Lu Ming pursed his lips. It would be strange if this old fellow would let him go. Even if he gave him everything, the other party would still kill him and not spare him. "What can I do to make you believe me?" Lu Ming said. "In the current situation, you have to believe it even if you don't want to." The Azure Demon King said coldly. "Kill those 3 guys and I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the opportunities I've obtained." Lu Ming looked behind the Ashen Demon King. Behind him, the other 3 experts had followed the Azure Demon King's path to this place. Hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but stop, their faces turning pale. The Azure Demon King was cruel and merciless. He might really do so. "Brat, You don't have the right to bargain with me now. If you don't hand it over, I'll cripple you right now and then slowly interrogate you to see if you'll hand it over or not." A cold killing intent burst out from the Azure Demon King's body, as terrifying demonic flames spread out. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. He took a step forward and his body leaped towards the lava lake. Now he could only rely on the lava lake to take a gamble. "You want to escape? Die." The Ashen Demon King bellowed as he struck out with his palm. Demonic flames filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. The demonic flame was like a bolt of lightning. It was astonishingly fast and caught up to Lu Ming in an instant, enveloping him within. Roar. Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar. It was too painful. It was too painful to be enveloped by the demonic fire. Lu Ming felt as if his body was about to be burnt. Lu Ming manically circulated his saint energy and covered his body. At the same time, he controlled the law of chaos and the light of chaos to cover the surface of his body and resist the attack of the demonic fire. However, this demonic fire was released by the Azure Demon King. A peak true emperor was too terrifying. All of Lu Ming's defenses were burned through in an instant. Plop. At this moment, Lu Ming fell into the lava lake and disappeared. As soon as he entered the lava lake, Lu Ming mustered his remaining strength and frantically rushed down the lava lake. "You want to leave? Impossible." The Azure Demon King's expression was extremely cold. He rushed into the lava lake and chased after Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. The Azure Demon King waved his palms, stirring up the surrounding lava. A few terrifying demonic flames broke through the lava and blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not dodge at all, and was hit by a few more demonic flames. The terrifying temperature of the demonic flames burned through Lu Ming's defenses, and a heart-piercing pain spread throughout his body. Even with Lu Ming's current spirit body, he could not withstand it at all. He seemed to feel that his physical body was turning into ashes bit by bit. However, Lu Ming still did not give up. He was charging down crazily. The temperature at the bottom of the lava lake was shockingly high. The further down he went, the higher the temperature became. There was also a terrifying pressure that pressed on Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming was completely unable to withstand the dual burning of the Azure Demon King's demonic flames and the magma. His body was slowly burning to ashes. Lu Ming could feel that the flesh and blood on his body were disappearing, and even his bone armor was exposed. However, Lu Ming continued to descend at an astonishing speed because the Azure Demon King was still in pursuit. Boom. Song Emo struck out with his palm again. However, the pressure of the lava here was already shocking. Although Tsang Demon King's palm force had broken through the lava, it had been partially offset and only a part of it landed on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's hands and feet had turned into ashes in the demonic fire. Only his body was still struggling to hold on as he continued to fall. However, the Azure Demon King didn't give up on his pursuit. The two of them kept going down. Along the way, the Azure Demon King launched a few more attacks, but because of the lava, most of the power was blocked. At this moment, they had already dived down a distance of several thousand meters. At this point, the temperature was already extremely terrifying. Even the Azure Demon King felt a sense of danger. It was as if there was something below that could threaten his safety. "Humph, this kid is dead for sure." The Azure Demon King snorted. Merging the Saint Heart and reforging the body, the Azure Demon King was certain that Lu Ming was dead. His demonic flames alone were not something that Lu Ming could withstand. Under his demonic flames, Lu Ming would be reduced to ashes. In addition, they were under the magma lake. The magma here was something that even he was afraid of. Not only was the temperature astonishingly high, but the pressure was also very shocking. Lu Ming would be dead for sure if it was any one of the two, let alone when they were combined. Lu Ming had no chance at all. At this moment, not only were Lu Ming's 4 limbs burned to ashes in the flames, but the rest of his body was also about to turn into ashes. The Azure Demon King laughed coldly as he shot towards the lava. Although he did not obtain any opportunities from Lu Ming, it was not bad to be able to kill him. In the blink of an eye, the Azure Demon King had rushed up the lava lake and flew above the darkness. "How's that kid?" someone asked. "We're dead. Let's go. We'll explore this ancient city and leave," the Ashen Demon King said. With a flash of his silhouette, he left the place and the other three followed. At this moment, Ming had indeed encountered the greatest crisis in his life. At this moment, his physical body was about to be completely turned into ashes. The most important thing was that he could no longer mobilize his strength and could not charge forward. His body was completely covered in demonic fire. It was a peak true emperor demonic fire that wouldn't be extinguished until it burned its target to ashes. Chi. Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was collapsing, disintegrating, and being burned to ashes. There were 3 wisps of chaotic chi in his body. At this moment, 3 wisps of chaotic chi slithered like 3 small snakes and then rushed into one of the Saint Hearts. Enter the Saint Heart. Ming used his soul power to move the Dian Elixir Furnace and the mountain and river diagram into another Saint Heart. Then Ming's soul also rushed into another Saint Heart. As long as the soul was not destroyed, there was always hope of resurrection. In just a few breaths, Ming's body was completely burned into ashes by the demonic fire. He disappeared without a trace, leaving only 2 Saint Hearts floating there. After the demonic flame burned Ming's body to ashes, it seemed to have lost its target and finally disappeared. Not good. In the Saint Heart, Ming's soul could still sense everything outside. At that moment, he realized that the lava outside was squeezing his 2 Saint Hearts. The 2 Saint Hearts collided with each other. The lava outside wrapped around the 2 Saint Hearts and pressed on them, as if it was going to crush them. The terrifying temperature in the lava was also constantly burning them, as if it was going to melt them. Ming was worried. If his 2 Saint Hearts were melted, he would have no chance at all. Chuyue. Ming muttered and glanced at the Dian Elixir Furnace floating in the Saint Heart. If his Saint Heart had been broken, leaving the Dian Elixir Furnace here, he was afraid that it would not have been able to withstand the terrible heat outside. Although the Dian Elixir Furnace was wonderful, it was also dangerous in such an environment for a long time. The original purpose of this trip was to save Chiuyu, but before she could wake up, she was in danger. Buzz. At this moment, his 2 Saint Hearts trembled, and one of their outer corners shattered. Boom. Ming's soul trembled violently when a corner of his Saint Heart crumbled. It was as if a terrifying flame had enveloped his soul. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? A thought flashed across Ming's mind. At this moment, he felt the aura of death. His soul trembled and his consciousness was blurry. In the end, his vision turned black and he did not know anything. Only his 2 Saint Hearts were being pressed by the terrifying lava. However, a strange scene happened. The parts of the 2 Saint Hearts that had crumbled did not dissipate into nothingness. Instead, they stuck together and flew back into the Saint Hearts. Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. As the lava pressed and burned, more and more of the 2 Saint Hearts crumbled, but the fragments and powder fused back together and flew back to the 2 Saint Hearts. It was as if the 2 Saint Hearts were about to merge together. Of course, Ming had no idea about all this. Following that, his Saint Heart continued to shatter and then merge back together. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days ago he had 2 Saint Hearts, but this time he had only 1. It became a bigger Saint Heart. Buzz. When the 2 Saint Hearts became 1, there was a wonderful fluctuation. Then the bigger Saint Heart started to spin rapidly. At this moment, a strange power was produced in the Saint Heart. The energy in the surrounding lava was constantly gathering toward Ming. A few days passed just like that. A wonderful scene appeared. With the Saint Heart as the center, the outline of a body appeared. This was just an outline, not a real entity, made of energy. When the outline of the body appeared, 3 wisps of chaotic chi flew out of his Saint Heart and swam around the outline of the body. At the same time, the energy in the magma continued to gather and pour into the Saint Heart. Then, it spread out from the Saint Heart and poured into the outline of the body. The outline of his body was slowly becoming more and more solid. Reforging his body. He was reforging his fleshly body. When the 2 Saint Hearts merged into one, they were actually reforging their bodies on their own. Moreover, They were reforging their bodies with the energy in the lava. The process of reforging the body was very slow. Just like that, 3 whole months passed. In the lava, an intact body appeared. This physical body was Lu Ming's. However, this body was a little different from the previous one. There was a fiery red color on his skin, like a burning flame. The curves of his body were perfect, but he seemed to be filled with explosive power. The 3 wisps of chaotic chi had also fused perfectly with his body. At this moment, the Buddha's fingers moved, and it slowly opened its eyes. This is... Lu Ming looked around in surprise. Finally, he looked at his own body and was very shocked. He remembered clearly that he had been attacked by the Tsang Demon King, and his body had been reduced to ashes in the demonic fire. Even his saint heart had been crushed by the lava. His soul had been shaken, and his consciousness had fallen into darkness. He didn't expect to find his body still there when he woke up. No, this body is a little different from before. The next moment, Lu Ming felt something strange. He realized that although this body was also made of flesh and blood, it was much stronger than before. The 3 strands of chaotic chi had perfectly fused together, and were filled with explosive power. At the same time, this body seemed to be unafraid of the surrounding lava. It was as if he was one with the surrounding lava, and the surrounding lava was ineffective against him. It was not that Lu Ming's physical body was so powerful that he was not afraid of the magma's temperature. It was because his physical body was reforged by the energy here. They had the same energy, so he was not afraid. If it was any other force of the same level, Lu Ming would definitely not be able to withstand it. Chapter 2062 Law Fusion. My fleshly body has been reforged. Lu Ming pondered for a while, and discovered the problem. He could not help but be overjoyed. Although he didn't understand how his physical body was reforged, it was a good thing. No, my saint heart. At this moment, Lu Ming finally realized that something was wrong with his saint heart. There had been 2 saint hearts before, but now it had become 1. It was just that this saint heart was larger. Could it be that the 2 saint hearts have fused together? Lu Ming guessed and was extremely surprised. He had never thought that the 2 saint hearts cultivated by the twin forbidden spell could actually merge together. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that not only had he reforged his physical body, but his cultivation had also improved. He had reached the perfected absolute saint realm. Not only that, but Lu Ming also realized that after the 2 saint hearts had merged, his 2 types of laws had also completely merged together. Previously, the array Dao laws and chaos laws were only at the initial stage of fusion. Now they were completely fused. The complete fusion of the 2 laws will definitely increase the power. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. This time it was really a blessing in disguise. Not only did he not die, but he had also made a breakthrough in his cultivation. His physical strength had also increased greatly, and the 2 types of nomological laws had fused. He had heard that martial emperor powerhouses had to take this step. Martial sovereigns had to comprehend different laws before they could merge them together. He was already doing what a martial emperor would do. If the Azure Demon King knew about this, he would probably be angered to death. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, with a thought, the mountain and river diagram and the Dian elixir furnace returned to his consciousness. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the 3rd bloodline are still there. Lu Ming sensed the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the 3rd bloodline. He was surprised to find that they were still there. He had never been able to understand these 2 bloodlines, but he felt that they were very wondrous. This time, even his physical body was destroyed. After reforging, the 2 bloodlines were still there. This was really hard to explain. It was extremely mysterious. However, this was a good thing for Lu Ming. I don't know how long it has been, but the energy here is very abundant. I can let Celestial Emperor's corporeal body absorb the energy here. At the thought of this, Lu Ming had an idea. The Celestial Thearch's physical body appeared from the mountain and river diagram. Then, Lu Ming activated his cultivation technique and began to control the Celestial Thearch's body to absorb the surrounding energy. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was like a black hole, frantically absorbing the energy from the outside. The Celestial Emperor's corporeal body absorbed a large amount of flame energy from the lava. Not long after, with Celestial Emperor's body as the center, all the energy in the lava was absorbed, and it turned into rock. Ming could only change the location and continue to absorb. The amount of energy required by Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was simply too much. It was incomparably shocking. Back then, Ming had spent more than half a year. During that half a year, he had been constantly fighting against the evil god race. Every time he killed the evil god race, he would give the crystals that the evil god race had brought along to the Celestial Thearch's body to absorb. During that half a year, Ming had killed countless evil god tribesmen, and allowed the Celestial Thearch's body to absorb countless crystals and energy. In the end, the energy in the Celestial Thearch's body had only accumulated to 12%. Moreover, the more the energy of the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was accumulated, the more difficult it would be to improve. The amount of energy required would be even more shocking. Just like that, Ming continued to absorb energy under the lava. A large area of lava turned into rocks. 2 days later, the energy in the Celestial Thearch's physical body increased to 8%. This was because the Celestial Thearch's physical body had already stored a portion of energy. 8% isn't enough. I need at least 10% and above. The higher the temperature is under the magma, the more I can absorb it. Ming had an idea and then went down. As long as he could store more than 10% of the energy in his body, Ming would be able to control it. By then, he would be able to fight against a great emperor. The chances of obtaining the eternal demonic coffin would be greatly increased. Also, the Azure Demon King. Ming's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. He had to kill the Azure Demon King. Ming rushed to the bottom of the lava lake. The temperature at the bottom of the lava lake was shockingly high. Even the Azure Demon King had to retreat, which showed how shocking it was. Even though Ming's current physical body was reforged by the energy of the magma lake, he did not dare to go too deep. Otherwise, he would be turned into ashes. Ming did not want to experience the feeling of being turned into ashes again. This time, he was lucky to have his body reforged. Next time, he might not be so lucky. This is the place. After diving for a while, Ming felt a terrifying pressure and stopped. He controlled the Celestial Thearch's body and began to absorb energy. The energy here was indeed much more abundant. When he had finished absorbing the energy nearby, Ming moved to another place and continued to absorb. Of course, it was just a shift in skill level. Ming did not dare to continue. A few more days passed, and the energy in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 16%. It was 4% more than the last time. Enough! Ming revealed a look of joy. 16% of the energy was absolutely shocking. If he were to fight the great emperor of the He clan again with this kind of energy, he would definitely beat him into a pig's head. Ming decided to leave this place. Most importantly, the energy above the lava lake had almost been completely absorbed by Ming. The temperature was too high if he continued to go down. Ming did not dare to go down. Furthermore, he had no idea how long he had been here. How were the ancient emperor and the others doing? Did they find the ancient demonic coffin? Ming kept the Celestial Thearch's body into the mountain and river diagram. Then he broke through the rocks and rushed up. After a while, Ming left the lava lake and landed on the shore. He swept his gaze around but did not find anyone. It seems that the Azure Demon King and the others have left. One don't know how long it has been. Let's look at the map first. Ming pondered, took out the black jade talisman, and infused his holy power into it. Instantly, a black pattern floated in the air. There's a situation. Ming's heart stirred. The rest of the black pattern was pitch black, but there were some light spots shining in the darkness. This meant that someone had to activate the jade card to see it. In one of the places, there was a group of light spots. There were at least 100 of them, and they were all shining. In other places, there were spots of light moving toward the group of spots of light. So many people are gathered together. Could it be that the ancient emperor has gathered them all? Ming pondered. This meant that the ancient emperor had yet to retrieve the ancient demonic coffin. Let's go. Lu Ming kept the jade card and dashed out of the city. When he passed by those buildings, he could still hear the roars of beasts, and there were claws attacking him. However, Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and passed through the buildings without any danger. It did not take long for Lu Ming to cross the entire ancient city and exit the city gate. Kill. When Lu Ming charged at the demon spirits, they charged at him. Chapter 2063 Strength greatly increased. The dark mass of demon spirits charged towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were two one-star illusionary emperor-level demon spirits. Their attacks were very terrifying. Get lost. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw two punches. Thump. Thump. Lu Ming's attack collided with the two demon spirit martial emperors, creating two loud booms. The two Mo-Ling martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They could not withstand Lu Ming's terrifying power, and were forced to retreat. I'll use you guys to test my battle prowess. Kill. Lu Ming's arms trembled. He felt that his body was filled with infinite power. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed two fingers in a row, and holy power burst forth. At the same time, the Array Dao laws and the Chaos laws fused and supplemented the Chaos Finger of Calamity. Two terrifying finger forces were blasted toward the two martial emperor demon spirits. Wherever he passed, the energy surged and all the demon spirits in his way collapsed and exploded. The two martial emperor realm demon spirits seemed to feel threatened. They unleashed their full power and attacked Lu Ming twice. Boom. Boom. Two earth-shaking rumbles were heard. This time, the two martial emperor realm demonic spirits trembled and retreated. Their bodies almost exploded. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. His combat strength had indeed increased by a large margin. He had completely suppressed the two one-star martial emperors. Previously, when Lu Ming's cultivation base was at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he was no match for a one-star martial emperor. He was at a disadvantage and would be suppressed by the other party. Given Lu Ming's combat strength at that time, if he had broken through to the perfection of the absolute saint realm, he would have been able to fight against an ordinary one-star martial emperor. However, this time, not only did Lu Ming's cultivation level break through, but the power of his physical body and the complete fusion of two types of laws had increased his combat strength again. He could now suppress a one-star martial emperor. He could even suppress two one-star martial emperors. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming continued to point out the chaotic finger of tribulation. The two demon spirit martial emperors were forced to retreat by Lu Ming, and could only barely resist. As for the demon spirits below the martial supreme realm, they exploded when Lu Ming's finger force swept across them. Bang. Bang. The weapons of the two demon spirit martial emperors were sent flying by Lu Ming, and cracks appeared on their bodies. If it were not for the armor they were wearing, which was extremely hard, they would have been shattered by Lu Ming. Kill. Not far away, there was a battle cry. A few more demon spirits rushed over. They were all martial emperor realm demon spirits. I don't want to play with you guys anymore, let's go. Lu Ming turned around and rushed outside. Wherever he passed, a large number of demon spirits were scattered. Ordinary demon spirits could not stop him at all. Lu Ming barged in and broke through the demon spirit armies, sniping in a short while, disappearing from the place. After leaving the area, Lu Ming took out the jade card again, and activated the pattern on it. One could clearly see that there was also a light spot shining on Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming found the right direction and rushed towards the pile of light spots. Along the way, they didn't encounter any strange things. It was very peaceful. Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to the group of light spots. However, it took Lu Ming 3 days to get close to the light spots. From afar, there was a group of people standing high in the sky. Lu Ming saw the ancient emperor with a single glance. There was also the Azure Demon King, and the few martial sovereigns who had pursued him back then. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The next moment, he concealed it very well. Lu Ming kept the jade token and flew towards the ancient emperor and the rest. With the ancient emperor around, He believed that the Azure Demon King would not dare to do anything to him. Moreover, Ming was not afraid of the Azure Demon King now. If the other party made a move, Ming would take the opportunity to get rid of him. Ming flew over and attracted everyone's attention. Ming you. When the Azure Demon King saw Ming, his mouth opened so wide that he could swallow a duck's egg. His eyes were about to fall out in disbelief. Didn't he burn Ming's body with the demonic fire and blast him into the lava? How could he not be dead? Moreover, Ming's body seemed to be intact. Even his aura seemed to be much stronger. Who are you? The Ashen Demon King stammered. He even suspected that the Ming in front of him was someone else in disguise. Azure Demon King, it seems like you're really getting old. You don't even recognize me? Ming sneered. You. How could that be? The Azure Demon King was still dumbfounded. The few martial supremes who had tried to kill Ming were also dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Thanks to Tsang Demon King, I'm fine. One just accidentally broke through in my cultivation. Ming smiled faintly. The Azure Demon King almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His cultivation base had broken through. Ming was trying to tell him that not only was he fine, but his cultivation had also broken through. This is all thanks to the Tsang Demon King. If not for him, I would probably need some time before one could make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Ming said again. The Azure Demon King felt his liver and lungs hurt. His entire body ached and he felt a suffocating feeling in his chest. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? The ancient emperor turned his gaze over. Great Emperor, I'm fine. The Azure Demon King said hurriedly. It's good that you're all right. Our goal is to take back the ancient demon coffin. Don't mess around. The ancient emperor warned. With his experience, he could tell that something must have happened between Ming and the Azure Demon King. However, since Ming was fine, he would not bother about it. Ming also smiled slightly and did not say much. The Ashen Demon King's gaze swept over Ming, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Under such circumstances, Ming did not die. He was shocked and even had a breakthrough in his cultivation. There had always been a saying in the cultivation world. Some peerless geniuses were born with great luck. This kind of person was usually very difficult to kill. When faced with danger, he could always turn the danger into safety, and even use it to break through. In the eyes of the Azure Demon King, Ming was such a person. This kind of person should be eliminated. He and Ming were already mortal enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. When Ming grew up in the future, he would definitely seek revenge. Therefore, he had to get rid of Ming before he grew up. Different thoughts ran through their minds. Finally, Ming looked for other people to gather information. After asking around, Ming found out that he had been in the lava for a few months. And this time around, the ancient emperor had discovered the traces of the ancient demonic coffin. Hence, he had used the map to gather everyone here so that they could snatch the ancient demonic coffin back together. Time passed day by day. More and more people came here. After a few more days, there were already more than 200 people who had arrived. At this moment, the ancient emperor started explaining the situation to everyone. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared in the sky. In the picture, there was a mountain, and on the mountain, there was a group of people. That's, everyone's eyes narrowed. The figures on the mountain were all dressed in black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. They looked extremely similar to the man who had fought with the ancient emperor. That was a great emperor. Battling the Azure Demon King, of course, there were so many black-robed men. They couldn't all be great emperors. They were just from the same race. A group of black-robed men, who looked thin and not very burly, were currently surrounding a huge black demon coffin. They kept turning around and shouting in different voices, as if they were performing some kind of ritual. That is, the ancient demonic coffin? Ming stared at the huge black demonic coffin on the screen, his eyes burning with passion. Boom. All of a sudden, one of the black-robed men looked up into the sky as if he was looking in their direction. Then he waved his hand and the void trembled. The image created by the ancient emperor collapsed. It was obvious that the other great emperor had noticed that the ancient emperor was peeking at them. There's a great sovereign realm expert on the other side. He's the one fought with last time. There are a few other experts with him. 111 hold him back later. You guys go and take the ancient demonic coffin. After that, leave the demonic sea immediately. Do you understand? Jiang Chun said. The ancient emperor ordered. Yes, great emperor. Everyone acknowledged the order. With the ancient emperor leading the way, the group of them flew forward. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. Everyone's eyesight was amazing, and they could see it from far away. That mountain peak was the image that the ancient emperor had just shown. At the peak of the mountain, there was a group of black-robed men circling a huge demonic coffin. The ancient emperor's body flickered as he charged towards the mountain. His speed was so fast that it exceeded everyone's reaction time. As the ancient emperor neared the mountain, a black beam of light shot out from the mountain. It was like a black waterfall, slicing through the void and slashing down at the ancient emperor like a demonic blade. Boom. The ancient emperor made his move as well. As the two of them clashed, a deafening boom reverberated through the heavens and earth. Thump. Boom. The two of them continued to fight, and the sky rumbled. The two of them fought high up in the sky, tearing open the space, and fighting into an alternate dimension. It's our turn to attack, kill. Song Mo shouted coldly and charged towards the mountain. Before he left, he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Some of the strongest true emperors and void emperors rushed forward. They were the fastest, much faster than emperors to be. Then the emperor to be with the largest number of people also rushed forward. Lu Ming was among the many emperor to be. In just a few breaths, the martial sovereigns were about to reach the mountain in front of them. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly stopped in front of Lu Ming. These were two old men with exceptionally powerful auras. They were both powerhouses of the empty emperor realm. The two of them exuded a faint murderous aura and blocked Lu Ming's way. Some of the emperor to be looked at Lu Ming with pity, but no one stayed behind. They all flew forward. All of a sudden, only Lu Ming and the two elders were left. What is the meaning of this? Lu Ming said in a deep voice. It's simple, it'll take your life. The old man on the right showed a cold smile. It's the Tsang Demon King who asked you to kill me again. Lu Ming sneered. So what if one no? I'm still going to die. The old man on the right said. It's not good to end the battle quickly and be discovered by the great emperor. The old man on the left said. The next moment, the two elders' auras rose sharply. The power of the world filled the air, and they were about to charge at Lu Ming. Then go to hell. At this moment, a sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was a stone sword. Buzz. Lu Ming wielded the stone sword and slashed out. A crescent-shaped sword gleam was slashed out. The attacks and defenses of the two elders at the empty emperor realm were completely useless. They were cut in half at the waist by Lu Ming's sword. The terrifying sword chi coursed through their bodies and instantly destroyed their souls. In the face of the heavenly emperor's sword, the two void emperors were instantly killed without any resistance. Lu Ming put away their storage rings and rushed to the mountain ahead. At this moment, a huge battle had already erupted on the mountain. The experts from the Eternal Devil Nation were engaged in an intense battle with the black-robed figures. Lu Ming concealed his aura and approached the mountain at high speed like a ghost. He didn't make a move. He wanted to use the God's Breath technique to climb up the mountain silently and take the ancient demon coffin. Lu Ming walked along the mountain, using the huge rocks to avoid others. Soon he was halfway up the mountain and would reach the top soon. Boom. Boom. There were martial supremes fighting all around the mountain. Rocks were flying everywhere. All kinds of huge rocks that were a few meters high or tens of meters high were thrown at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body kept moving and he dodged them cleverly. Lu Ming was rapidly approaching the peak of the mountain. All of a sudden, a scorching aura blasted toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He stopped in his tracks and retreated rapidly. Boom. A scorching black light blasted the spot where Lu Ming had been standing. A pitch-black hole immediately appeared on the mountain. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. An old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were extremely cold. If it wasn't the Azure Demon King, who else could it be? The Ashen Demon King had just repelled an opponent and was about to rush to the top when he spotted Lu Ming. He had attacked Lu Ming directly, but the latter had been sharp enough to avoid an attack. The Azure Demon King's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent and shock. He had just sent 2 Void Emperors to kill Lu Ming. Those 2 were not ordinary Void Emperors. One was a 3-star Void Emperor while the other was a 4-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming was safe and sound now, which shocked him greatly. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. I didn't kill you last time, so I'll kill you again. This time, I'll turn you into ashes and make your soul scatter. Let's see if you'll die or not. The Azure Demon King's eyes were sinister, and his entire body was covered in demonic flames. A peak true emperor was too terrifying. If he used his full strength, he could turn Lu Ming into ashes in one move. Back in the ancient city, Song Demon King had not used his full strength. Later on, Lu Ming had jumped into the magma, which had greatly hindered Song Demon King's attack. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have had the chance to merge the 2 Saint Hearts. Bang! The Ashen Demon King took a step forward. His demonic fire transformed into a demonic fire saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid. He held the stone sword and slashed. Boom! The stone sword and the demonic flame saber collided with a terrifying boom. Lu Ming could feel a powerful force surging towards him, and he could not help but retreat. However, the devil flame saber was also blocked by him. Your sword. The Azure Demon King was shocked. Lu Ming could actually block one of his moves. His gaze fell on the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand, which was emitting a blazing flame. Lu Ming was only an absolute saint, but he could control the stone sword and unleash such terrifying power. If he had it, wouldn't he be able to fight against a great emperor? His heart was burning with passion. He understood that the 2 Void Emperors from before had been killed by this sword. Hand over the sword and 111 leave your corpse intact. The Ashen Demon King said coldly as he stepped towards Lu Ming. The figure in the ancient demonic coffin, the Azure Demon King's eyes were fixed on the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. His body was covered in terrifying demonic fire, raising the temperature to a terrifying level. Song Demon King, 111 send you on your way today. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then a stone golem appeared in front of him. When the golem first appeared, it was only as tall as a person, but it rapidly grew in size, like a small mountain. The Azure Demon King was taken aback. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward. His body merged with the stone golem and disappeared into it. Demon King Song Dai. The stone man roared and sent a palm towards the Azure Demon King. The Azure Demon King's pupils contracted. He felt a sense of danger and retreated frantically. However, the golem's hand was even faster and caught up to Song Demon King in an instant. The hand covered the sky and blocked all of his escape routes. Boom! As the giant hand pressed down, sand and stones flew, and the pressure was powerful to the extreme. The Azure Demon King was terrified and used all his power to control a true Emperor weapon to block the stone hand. However, under the pressure of the giant hand, his true Emperor weapon was directly blown apart. The terrifying power slammed into the Azure Demon King's body, causing him to scream in pain as his body was sent flying. He crashed into the mountain, causing the entire mountain to shake. The mountain had been eroded by demonic chi all year round, and had long since been sturdy and immortal, but it was still smashed apart by the Azure Demon King, leaving a huge crater. How is that possible? How is that possible? The Azure Demon King howled in his heart. He couldn't believe how the golem could be so powerful. He was a peak true emperor, but he couldn't even resist this stone being. He was truly terrified. However, if Lu Ming had such powerful golems, why did he not use them in the ancient city? At that time, Lu Ming almost died in his hands, but he did not even use the golems. Could it be that Lu Ming had obtained the golems in the ancient city? The golems he got from the lava? At this thought, the Azure Demon King almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If that was the case, he would be helping Lu Ming. Boom! The stone golem landed heavily in front of the Azure Demon King. The latter was shocked and wanted to use a secret technique to escape, but the stone golem stomped down, stomping him under its foot. The Azure Demon King let out a blood-curdling screech. He was like a lazy toad that had been stomped on, almost bursting into pieces. "Don't kill me, Lu Ming. Let me go. I'm an important official of the Eternal Devil Nation. If you kill me, you'll be offending the entire Eternal Devil Nation." The Ashen Demon King was terrified. He wanted to use the Eternal Demon Nation to threaten Lu Ming. "Don't use the Eternal Devil Nation to threaten me. You're just a peak true emperor. You can't represent the Eternal Devil Nation. Kill." Lu Ming did not say anything more. He wielded the stone sword and slashed at the Ashen Demon King. The Azure Demon King howled madly. He was almost scared out of his wits as he struggled with all his might. However, it was useless. As the battle sword slashed down, the Azure Demon King's head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was destroyed. After killing the Ashen Demon King, Lu Ming kept the Ashen Demon King's storage ring. Then he took a step forward and rushed to the top of the mountain. There were people in black robes who tried to stop him, but they were killed by his sword. With the energy stored in the stone golems, they could simply abuse the Varch of the He family. No one below the Varch level could stop Lu Ming. Anyone who dared to stop Lu Ming would be killed in seconds. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had rushed to the top of the mountain. At this moment, most of the black-robed men were drawn away to fight the Eternal Devil Nation. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and appeared in front of the demonic coffin. He stretched out his claws, wanting to grab the demonic coffin. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. The ancient demonic coffin didn't have a lid. Therefore, one could clearly see what was going on inside the coffin from this position. Inside the demonic coffin, there was actually a person, a woman, who was peerlessly beautiful. Nianqing. The woman in the coffin was Nianqing. Lu Ming was completely stunned when he saw Nianqing. Why would Nianqing be here? Back then, the Ice Dragon Patriarch had taken Nianqing, and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had taken Lu Ming. They had broken out of the encirclement from different directions. Since then, he had lost contact with Nianqing and had never seen him. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. However, he never expected that Nianqing would appear here. This was the Demon Sea, one of the forbidden areas in the land of 10,000 demons. Moreover, Nianqing was still lying in the demon coffin. Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief when he scanned Nianqing with his spiritual senses. His vital signs were normal, and there were no problems. However, Nianqing's eyes were closed as he lay in the coffin. It was as if he couldn't sense anything outside. Put it away first. Lu Ming did not care so much. He would keep it first. While Lu Ming was still in a daze, the black-robed emperor launched a few attacks at Lu Ming, forcing him to retreat. "The canyon that can't be entered, get lost," Lu Ming shouted. Nianqing was lying in the eternal demonic coffin. He was determined to get his hands on the coffin. Lu Ming waved the stone sword and launched a storm of attacks at the black-robed emperor. The black-robed emperor was forced back again. Just as Lu Ming thought that he had a chance to put away the eternal demonic coffin, the space at the top of the mountain cracked open all of a sudden. A figure appeared out of nowhere. His entire body was covered in demonic light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. With a wave of his hand, a huge hand formed and grabbed at the eternal demonic coffin. "Get lost." Lu Ming abandoned the black-robed emperor and stomped on the ground. His huge body rushed toward the figure that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, he slashed out with his stone sword. Boom! The sword light shattered the giant hand, but it didn't stop and continued to attack the opponent. The other party could only block and collide with the stone sword. Boom! The figure took a few steps back, and the demonic light covering his body shook, revealing his true appearance. Undying Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This expert who had suddenly appeared was actually the Undying Emperor of the Undying Demon Nation. Undying Emperor wants the ancient demon nation's national treasure, the ancient demon coffin. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he guessed Undying Emperor's intention. Buzz. The Undying Emperor didn't want to fight with Lu Ming. He turned into more than a dozen figures and rushed toward the ancient demonic coffin from all directions. It was impossible to tell which one was real from which one was fake. It was as if every single one of them was real. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming shouted in his heart and controlled the golems. The golems' bodies shrunk rapidly, becoming the size of ordinary people. Lu Ming's speed increased dramatically after he turned into the size of a normal person. He took a step forward and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time, he slashed out more than 10 sword lights towards the Undying Emperor's shadows. Bang! The Undying Emperor's dozen figures attacked at the same time. They displayed their terrifying combat strength and crushed Lu Ming's sword radiance. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach the ancient demonic coffin, the black-robed emperor appeared again and blocked him. The three of them were caught in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming and the Undying Emperor wanted to take the eternal demonic coffin while the black-robed emperor wanted to protect it. The three of them were engaged in an intense battle. Lu Ming was furious. He completely ignored his own defense. The energy in the golem burst out wildly and suppressed the other two people for a moment. But this way, the golem's energy consumption was also shocking. They could not last for too long. Don't even think about it. The black-robed emperor roared in a hoarse voice. He took Lu Ming's attack head-on at the risk of being injured, and retreated back to the eternal demonic coffin. Thump! At the same time, he struck out a move at the ancient demonic coffin, causing it to fly out. In that direction, there was a pitch-black canyon that was filled with demonic chi. The ancient demon coffin flew into the valley and disappeared. The ancient demonic coffin is mine. Undying Emperor charged into the canyon. However, just as he was about to rush in, he was stopped by a force. Then, Undying Emperor's body was blown out. As for Lu Ming, he also rushed towards the canyon. Boom! At the entrance of the canyon, Lu Ming seemed to have hit a wall. There was a force that stopped him. Lu Ming frantically unleashed the power within the golems, but it was useless. He was blocked by that force and could not charge in at all. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful force in the canyon that rushed toward Lu Ming. Even the power of the golems could not withstand it, and Lu Ming was pushed back. Those above the rank of Martial Supreme can't enter. Those below the rank of Martial Supreme will never be able to come out after entering. The black-robed emperor sneered. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him. He took a step forward and rushed toward the canyon. When he was about to reach the entrance of the canyon, the stone golem glowed and suddenly disappeared. Lu Ming's original body appeared. With a swish, Lu Ming dashed into the canyon and disappeared. Below the rank of a Martial Supreme, the black-robed emperor blurted out before sneering. Those below the rank of Martial Supreme may be able to enter, but they will never be able to come out. Damn it! Undying Emperor roared and charged into the canyon again. Black Robe didn't stop him. This time, Undying Emperor didn't make it into the canyon. He was sent flying out by a force. Boom! A violent boom came from the sky. Then 2 beams of light rushed over and 2 figures appeared. They were the Ancient Emperor and the Black-Robed Emperor. The 2 Black-Robed Emperors gathered together. The Ancient Emperor glared at the Undying Emperor coldly. Even if I'm not dead, you're still here for the ancient demon coffin? Brother Ancient One, you couldn't even protect your own treasure properly, and it was stolen by someone else. I'm here to help you retrieve it. The Undying Emperor sneered. You don't have to worry, the Ancient Emperor said coldly. He then looked at the canyon and walked towards it. The 2 black-robed emperors stood to the side without any intention of stopping him. However, just like Undying Emperor, the Ancient Emperor couldn't enter, and was sent flying out. You can't go in, please go back. A black-robed emperor said. You guys stole my ancient demonic coffin. Are you not going to hand it over? The Ancient Emperor's eyes were as cold as ice. Of course it's useful. Besides, I can't give it to you even if I wanted to. Those above Martial Supreme can't enter, and those below Martial Supreme can't come out even if they enter. A black-robed emperor sneered. Anyone below the rank of Martial Supreme can't come out? The Ancient Emperor frowned. So please go back. Don't think about letting anyone below the rank of a martial supreme enter. This place is our tribe's holy land. No one is allowed to enter. A black-robed emperor spoke, and the two of them stood in front of the canyon. Haha, this is your business, one won't get involved. The undying emperor laughed. Although he couldn't get the ancient demonic coffin, it wasn't his anyway. On the other hand, the ancient emperor had lost his ancient demonic coffin and suffered a huge loss. The undying emperor laughed and tore the space apart. The ancient emperor looked at the canyon with a look of unwillingness. He then rushed into the sky and shouted, "Stop! Leave this place! Stop!" The black-robed emperor ordered. Instantly, the people from both sides stopped fighting and rushed into the sky. He walked to the side of the ancient emperor. The great emperor and the Azure demon king were killed by Ming. One of the true emperors reported to the ancient emperor. "I know, Song demon king only has himself to blame." The ancient emperor nodded his head with a cold look in his eyes. And NBSB, although he had been fighting with the enemy, he had still been paying attention to the situation below. So he naturally knew what had happened. He was shocked that Ming had a terrifying treasure like the celestial thearch's body. Moreover, the Song demon king had gone too far. He deserved to be killed by Ming. The people in the canyon hearing the ancient emperor's words, no one else dared to say anything. They knew that the Ashen Demon King had died for nothing. This was because the abilities that Ming had displayed were too terrifying. Not to mention his rare talent. Just that stone golem alone was enough to fight a great emperor. Just that alone was enough for him to gain the respect of the ancient emperor. The Azure Demon King was only a true emperor. At his age, it was impossible for him to break through to the great emperor realm in his lifetime. Therefore, he would have died in vain. "Let's go back first," the ancient emperor said. Naturally, he wouldn't give up on the ancient demonic coffin just like that. The ancient demonic coffin had been passed down for countless years, and was the most precious treasure of the ancient devil nation. It was filled with all sorts of mysteries, and he naturally wouldn't give it up so easily. He planned to go back first and bring more experts. With that, everyone from the eternal devil nation left the place. Will that brat be alright after he enters? A black-robed emperor looked toward the canyon. Martial sovereigns can't enter this place. Anyone below the rank of a martial sovereign won't be able to leave unless they're a heaven-defying genius. However, there weren't many geniuses like that even in ancient times. The other black-robed emperor said. As soon as Ming rushed into the canyon, he saw the ancient demonic coffin in front of him. Ming hurriedly rushed over and looked into the demonic coffin. Nianqing was lying quietly in the coffin. His breathing was even, as if he was asleep. This was definitely Nianqing. Ming would not be mistaken. Their auras were exactly the same. "Little Qing, little Qing." Ming called out softly, but Nianqing did not respond at all. Why did little Qing appear here? The ancient demonic coffin must have been stolen by the black-robed emperor. Why would they put little Qing in the ancient demonic coffin? Could it be that little Qing's soul was also injured? Those black-robed men were trying to save little Qing? Ming was full of doubts and conjectures. However, she would only know the answer after Nianqing woke up. "Let's leave this place," Ming thought to himself, and then looked behind him. He was shocked, because there was no way out. It was clearly the entrance of the canyon, the place where Ming had just entered. However, there was nothing there now. There was no entrance to the canyon. Ming threw a punch and a wave of fist force blasted toward the void. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea and did not cause any waves. There's no way out. It seems like we can only move forward. Ming looked at the front of the canyon. In front of him, it was extremely deep and dark. He didn't know how long it was or where it led. Ming kept the ancient demon coffin into the mountain and river diagram, and then walked forward. "Stop, you can't pass this road." Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Ming and spoke coldly. It was a middle-aged man with a saber on his back. "Senior, I'm here by accident. Please do me a favor." Ming narrowed his eyes. "You can't pass through this place unless you defeat me." The middle-aged man's eyes and voice were cold as if he was not a real person. Lu Ming sized him up carefully. Indeed, he could tell that the middle-aged man was not a real person. He was condensed from energy. Don't tell me that I still need to go through some tests in order to get out of here? Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next moment, he rushed over and cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique, throwing a punch. Buzz. A jet-black blade light burst out, splitting the mist and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom. The saber light collided with Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Lu Ming's figure could not help but retreat. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming could tell that the middle-aged man was at the emperor-to-be realm. However, his strength was truly terrifying. Lu Ming had just used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and the chaotic law. The power of that punch was enough to force a one-star void emperor to retreat. However, the situation just now was the exact opposite. The one who retreated was Lu Ming. Again, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he stepped forward. The light of chaos spread out from his body and covered his entire body. Whoosh! Lu Ming cast the chaos ring and pointed with his finger. And NBSB, a massive chaos finger of tribulation, shot toward the enemy. At the same time, countless runes appeared in his left hand. 9 dragons flew out and attacked his opponent. The middle-aged man's face was cold and indifferent, as if he would always have that expression. The saber in his hand slashed out again. The jet-black saber light tore apart the primal chaos tribulation finger, and the 9 dragons condensed from the array Dao laws. The saber chi swept across and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. Even the chaotic laws and chaotic light that covered his body were almost torn apart. What a terrifying combat strength. This middle-aged man was definitely an amazing existence among the emperor-to-be. If separation doesn't work, then fuse. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. Instead of retreating, he advanced and charged towards the middle-aged man. He pointed his fingers continuously and shot out finger forces at the man. This was the primal chaos tribulation finger, but it was indeed the fusion of the primal chaos laws and the array Dao laws. Now, as the 2 saint hearts had merged into one, Lu Ming's 2 types of laws had also completely merged, and the power was shocking. And NBSB, the middle-aged man's blade exploded with light as it clashed with the primal chaos tribulation finger. Boom. Boom. The blade glowed and the energy burst out, constantly bombarding the canyon. With their current combat strength, they could definitely tear the ground apart. However, in this canyon, they could only leave shallow marks on the ground and the walls. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves in a row. Surprisingly, even though Lu Ming used the fusion of 2 types of laws, he could not gain the upper hand. He only ended up in a draw with his opponent. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar and exerted all his strength to the extreme. His saint heart spun rapidly, and his saint power surged out like a river. Lu Ming circulated the power of law to the extreme as he fought the middle-aged man. But even so, the 2 of them were still tied. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Boom. Lu Ming exchanged another blow with the other party, and retreated a few hundred meters. After Lu Ming retreated a distance, the burly man did not pursue him. He just stood there and blocked his way. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was shocked. He guessed that the middle-aged man's combat strength was almost on par with the Son of God. Even if he was not as strong, he was not far from it. Lu Ming's current cultivation level was very close to an emperor-to-be. Lu Ming's spirit body was stronger than the average child of God. The saint heart was formed by 2 saint hearts and the fusion of 2 laws. Lu Ming was confident that he could even fight against a son of heaven who had become an emperor-to-be. But now, they could only fight to a draw. Just now. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something else. He raised his hand and there was a death aura on his palm. This was the law of death. Chapter 2067 Nianqing is awake. Lu Ming raised his hand. The death law was actually spreading out from his hand. Although it was very weak and only had a trace of aura, It was enough to shake the entire world if it were to spread. Lu Ming himself was also shocked and dumbfounded. He took a long time to react. He seemed to have mastered the law of death. Previously, in the ancient city, Lu Ming was chased by the gang Demon King and rushed into the magma. His body was burned and turned into ashes. From a certain perspective, Lu Ming had really fallen and was facing death. That experience gave Lu Ming a deep understanding of death. After that, he had been busy absorbing energy for Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, and didn't have the time to sense it carefully. It wasn't until he fought the middle-aged man with all his strength that his attacks actually contained a trace of the death law. This was an unbelievable thing. It was true that those below the rank of Martial Supreme could only comprehend one law. However, Lu Ming had cultivated the twin forbidden spell, and fused his main body with his secondary body. He had cultivated 2 saint hearts, and could control 2 laws. After that, when he was on the verge of death in the lava, the 2 saint hearts had fused, causing the 2 laws to also merge. It was already unbelievable that someone below the rank of a Martial Supreme could control 2 types of nomological laws, and even fuse them together. It would shock countless people if he were to say it. But compared to now, it was nothing. The death maxim was one of the 10 ultimate maxims. Moreover, out of the 10 ultimate maxims, no 2 maxims could coexist. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. Even if he had cultivated to the Martial Emperor realm, it was impossible for him to control 2 ultimate laws. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. However, Lu Ming had yet to reach the Martial Emperor realm, but he seemed to have mastered 2 ultimate maxims. Although the death maxim was still extremely weak, he had indeed mastered it. The 2 strongest laws coexisted. If this were to spread out, it would scare people to death. Is it because of my saint heart? Lu Ming could not help but guess. His saint heart was too special. It was transformed from the twin forbidden spell. In history, even if someone had cultivated the forbidden twin spell, and even 2 saint hearts, he would still be a saint. However, no one was like Lu Ming, who had 2 saint hearts merged together again. The probability of this happening was too small. Therefore, Lu Ming's special saint heart was able to contain many laws at the same time, even the 10 ultimate laws. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Did this mean that he would be able to control more ultimate maxims in the future? If he could control all 10 ultimate maxims and merge them together, what would happen? Lu Ming's heart could not help but beat wildly. He was filled with anticipation. Then he'll cultivate here for a while. Lu Ming pondered for a while before he took out the eternal demonic coffin and placed it on the ground. After taking a look at nianqing, Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside the coffin and began to study the death law in detail. As his comprehension deepened, a layer of death intent emanated from his body. Although it was extremely faint, it was indeed the death law. Lu Ming had been cultivating continuously for several days. His understanding of the law of death was slowly deepening. However, he had not even mastered half of it. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He knew that he had really mastered the law of death. The same person could control 2 ultimate maxims at the same time. Even Lu Ming felt like he was dreaming. The law of death is still too weak and not very powerful. When it's more mature, it can even merge with other laws. How powerful will it be then? Also, I've already mastered 3 types of nomological laws. Can I master more? Lu Ming had already started to let his imagination run wild. At his current realm, he naturally did not need to comprehend other nomological laws like when his cultivation was low. He could skip all these and directly comprehend nomological laws. It was just like how a martial emperor would start to comprehend new laws directly from the laws when he tried to comprehend them. In the following days, Lu Ming spent his time comprehending the death rule and trying to merge it with the other 2 rules. Lu Ming's saint heart was really amazing. He tried to merge the laws, and the process was very smooth. Half a month later, Lu Ming's death maxim had been cultivated to 10%. He could also fuse it with the chaos maxim and the array Dao maxim. In this way, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased a little. However, nianqing had not woken up for the past half a month. This made Lu Ming a little anxious. What if nianqing doesn't wake up? Qiuyu was still waiting for the ancient demonic coffin. However, it was useless to be anxious. He could only wait. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and continued to comprehend the death law. And NBSB his mastery of the chaos laws and array Dao laws was already very high. It would be very difficult to improve. However, he had just gained a preliminary understanding of the death rule. Back then, Lu Ming had experienced death in the lava. His understanding of the death rule was extremely fast. And NBSB as time passed, his understanding of the death law became deeper and deeper. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the canyon for a month. His mastery of the law of death had also reached 20%. I'll go and try again. Lu Ming kept the ancient demonic coffin and stepped forward. When he arrived at a certain area, the middle-aged man appeared again. There was nothing more to say. Lu Ming took action immediately. Lu Ming used all his strength the moment he made his move. This time, Lu Ming used 3 types of laws together. After all, the death maxim was one of the 10 ultimate maxims. When it was fused with the chaos maxim, the explosive power was terrifyingly strong, as if some kind of qualitative change had occurred. This time, Lu Ming had the upper hand. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming defeated his opponent's saber light with one move. He bombarded his opponent's body and defeated him. He had finally defeated the middle-aged man. Lu Ming smiled and continued to move forward. However, after moving forward for a while, Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. That was because 2 figures had appeared in front of him. They were 2 middle-aged men. When Lu Ming fought with the other party, he realized that the 2 middle-aged men's combat strength was exactly the same as the previous one. One of them was already very terrifying. With 2 of them attacking at the same time, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage despite using all his strength. He was rather speechless and could only retreat. It seems like I won't be able to break out in a short period of time. Lu Ming shook his head, and then took out the eternal demonic coffin. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Just now he noticed that nianqing's finger had moved. Lu Ming would not be wrong. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Was nianqing waking up? Lu Ming stared at nianqing. Indeed, not long after, nianqing's fingers moved again. It didn't take long before it moved again. After a while, nianqing let out an and opened her eyes. He saw Lu Ming the moment he opened his big black eyes. In the beginning, there was some confusion in his eyes, but then it turned into endless joy. Lu Ming. nianqing's crisp voice came out of his mouth. Chapter 2068 Experience. Nianqing's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. At first he did not seem to believe it, but slowly, it turned into surprise. Lu Ming! Nianqing called out in disbelief, as if he was dreaming. Little Qing, it's me. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. Nianqing finally woke up. It seemed like he was fine. It had been several years since they last met. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss her. Lu Ming, it's really you. Nianqing seemed to have finally confirmed that it was Lu Ming. She rushed out of the eternal demonic coffin and into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming wrapped his arm around Nianqing's slender waist and held him tightly in his arms. After a long time, the two separated. Little Qing, why are you here? How did he appear in the ancient demonic coffin? How was the ice dragon ancestor? And who are those black-robed men? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. He was indeed full of doubts. Back then the Ice Dragon Patriarch and one escaped from evil spirits' pursuit. Then Nianqing told her about her experiences over the years. Back then, Nianqing and the Ice Dragon Patriarch had escaped evil spirits' pursuit and accidentally escaped to an ancient ruin. The ancient ruins were extremely mysterious. While exploring the ancient ruins, Nianqing accidentally stepped onto an ancient teleportation array and was directly teleported to the demonic sea of the land of infinite demons. In the demonic sea, she had encountered those black-robed men. Nianqing told him that the demonic sea had fallen from the heaven realm during the ancient war. Some of them had not died and had been passed down since then. They were the black-robed men. All these years, she had been cultivating in the demonic sea. She wanted to leave, but those black-robed men wouldn't let her. So the Ice Dragon Patriarch is still in the ancient ruins? Ming said. It's possible. However, the ancient ruins are very mysterious. There might be other teleportation arrays. The Ice Dragon Patriarch might have been teleported to another place. Nianqing said. How did those black-robed men steal the ancient demonic coffin and place you inside? This was Ming's biggest question. I don't know. Those people are always so mysterious. Nianqing said, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. He changed the topic and asked Ming, why are you here? How did you survive all these years? It's like this. Immediately, Ming briefly recounted his experiences over the years. Ming, it turns out that you have experienced so much. Nianqing leaned on Ming gently. But I finally found you. No matter how much I've experienced, it's all worth it. Ming put his arm around Nianqing's shoulders. However, that girl of yours is dead set on you. At this moment, Nianqing suddenly looked at Ming again. His big eyes blinked, not knowing what he was thinking. Are you jealous? Ming touched his nose. Yes. Nianqing was very straightforward and nodded. However, he immediately said, however, she's devoted to you and can even die for you. If you let her down, I won't let you off. Ming was a little confused. What did Nianqing mean by this? He was jealous, but he also told Ming not to let Qiu Yu down. Ming could not figure out what he was thinking. A heartless person is not worth entrusting your life to. You won't understand even if I tell you. What are you waiting for? Quickly put that little girl of yours into the ancient demonic coffin. Nianqing said. Okay. Ming quickly took out the Dian elixir furnace and placed Qiu Yu into the eternal demonic coffin. There was a mysterious power in the eternal demonic coffin that immediately enveloped Qiu Yu's body. Qiu Yu's face seemed to be more ruddy, and Ming could finally put his heart at ease. Then Ming kept the ancient demon coffin into the mountain and river diagram. Ming and Nianqing had not seen each other for many years. They had many topics to talk about, and the two of them started chatting again. As they were chatting, Nianqing suddenly frowned. A trace of pain flashed across his eyes, and he let out a soft hum. Ming naturally noticed all of this. Little Qing, what's wrong? Ming asked hurriedly. No, nothing much. Nianqing smiled and shook his head. Ming was suspicious. Nianqing had clearly looked like he was in pain. Could it be that little Qing is injured? Ming was puzzled. He held Nianqing's small hand and sensed it carefully. However, he realized that Nianqing was in good health and was not injured at all. Little Qing, do you know what's going on with this canyon? Do I really have to charge all the way to the end before one can leave? Ming asked. Not bad. Nianqing nodded. There is a heavenly region in the 9 skies of the heaven realm. It is called the ancient demon heavenly region. Almost everyone there is a demonic cultivator. The ancient foreign races invaded and fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Many demon cities and demon mountains fell from the heaven realm, forming the demon sea. And this mountain fell from the heaven realm. In the heaven realm, this mountain should belong to an extremely powerful force. And this canyon was used by that force to test their disciples. Only the strongest below the martial supreme realm can pass through this place. If they can't, they'll be trapped here for the rest of their lives or even die of old age. Such a strict assessment. Ming was also secretly shocked. Once one entered this canyon, there was no other way out except to use extremely strong combat power. This was forcing him to continuously improve and squeeze out his potential. As expected, devil cultivators did things differently. They were very evil. How strong is the strongest below the martial supreme? Ming muttered. I'm guessing that the strongest below the martial supreme realm is just a saying. Or rather, it's just a boundary. There's always a higher mountain. Who knows what's the strongest combat strength? It's just a boundary. Once you reach that boundary, you'll be able to leave. Nianqing explained. She had been in the demonic sea for a few years, and had learned a lot from the black-robed men. It seems like one can only break out by constantly improving my strength. Ming said. With his current ability, it was obvious that he could not break out. After that, The two of them chatted for a long time. Lu Ming then went to one side, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. A few days later, Lu Ming went to challenge the checkpoint again. He was still no match for the two middle-aged burly men, and was forced back. After returning, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. After a few days he would attempt it again. In this way, Lu Ming's improvement was very fast. However, there was one thing that worried Lu Ming. He had seen Nianqing frowning a few times and a flash of pain in his eyes. But when he asked Nianqing, he said he was fine. However, Lu Ming could clearly sense the worry in Nianqing's eyes. "Little Qing, is there anything you and one can't say? If there's anything, you must tell me." Lu Ming walked to Nianqing's side and hugged her gently. Nianqing suddenly wrapped his arms around Lu Ming's neck and whispered in his ear, "Lu Ming, I want to bear your child." The first time all. Lu Ming was stunned. "What's wrong? You're not willing to?" Nianqing's voice rang in her ears again. "Of course I'm willing." Lu Ming quickly replied. He would be a fool if he was unwilling. He immediately took action. Soon, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard in the valley. At this moment, they had completely forgotten themselves and only had each other in their eyes. This battle lasted for a full hour before it stopped. Despite their high cultivation levels, they were still drenched in sweat. Nianqing lay in Lu Ming's arms, hugging him tightly. He did not say a word, and was unwilling to let go. After a long time, a wooden figure suddenly appeared in Nianqing's hand. It was black all over, like a doll. "Lu Ming, this is a scapegoat demon puppet. It can die once if you are in mortal danger. Take it." Nianqing passed the doll to Lu Ming. "Scapegoat demon puppet, is it a scapegoat?" Lu Ming was shocked. There was actually such a treasure in the world. Wasn't this equivalent to having an extra life? If this were to be spread out, it would probably cause a crazy fight because it was too precious. This depends on the cultivation level. It is useless for those above the martial emperor realm to use the scapegoat demon puppet. Only those below the martial emperor realm will use it. Nianqing said. "Little Qing, you can keep it for yourself." Lu Ming said. "I still have some for myself, you can keep it." Nianqing stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. That's good." Since Nianqing still had more, Lu Ming did not reject, and kept the magic puppet. Following that, Lu Ming's hands started to move again. He only stopped after a while. "Little Qing, you're so beautiful." Lu Ming said gently. "Have you said this to anyone else before?" "Of course not." Little Qing, let's continue. Didn't one already come?" "How is giving birth once enough?" A gentle voice rang out, and the valley was filled with warmth. They did not know how many rounds they fought. In the end, even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he felt exhausted. He just lay down and fell asleep. Nianqing was the same. He laid down beside Lu Ming and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly woke up from his sleep. This was because he felt a cold killing intent engulf him. This was his instinctive vigilance. He circulated his saint power and retreated far away. He took out a piece of clothing from his storage ring and put it on. Then he looked forward. In front of her, Nianqing was wearing a long black dress. Her beauty was unparalleled. However, at this moment, her eyes were extremely cold. They were filled with cold killing intent as she stared at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He was unfamiliar with the look in Nianqing's eyes. Nianqing had never looked at him with such a look. "Little Qing, what's wrong?" Lu Ming could not help but ask as he stepped forward. "Kill," Nianqing said in a cold voice. A dark demonic light emanated from her body and turned into a dark demonic sword. Her figure was like a fleeting shadow as she charged at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! The pitch-black sword gleam slashed toward Lu Ming, aiming for his vital points. "Little Qing, what are you doing?" Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, he circulated his saint energy and controlled the laws of chaos to form a defensive wall in front of him. However, to Lu Ming's shock, Nianqing's demonic sword tore apart Lu Ming's defensive wall. The defensive wall formed by the laws of chaos appeared to be very fragile under nianqing's sword radiance. Ming was very shocked. nianqing's sword did not stop, and continued to slash at Ming's glabella. He was not just saying it. He really wanted to kill Ming. nianqing was completely different from his passionate self yesterday. Yesterday, nianqing was passionate and gentle as he wanted to bear Ming's child. But today he had drawn his sword to kill Ming. His killing intent was as cold as a knife. Nianqing, stop. What's the matter? Speak clearly. Go. Ming shouted and burst out the light of chaos at the same time. With a wave of his hand, the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel emerged and blocked in front of him. The phantom of the prison-suppressing steel was covered with chaotic laws and chaotic light, which had amazing defensive power. However, when nianqing's sword radiance struck, the chaotic light trembled violently and was torn apart. Ming was shocked, and he retreated rapidly. This power. Ming's gaze was solemn. nianqing's power didn't contain any nomological power. Instead, it contained extremely condensed demonic power and extremely powerful offensive power. This land of power was very similar to the power cultivated by the ancient devil. Ming had fought with the ancient devil before, and he could clearly feel it. However, nianqing's power was purer, more condensed, and more powerful than the ancient devil's power. Lowly ant, you dare to insult me? Kill. nianqing shouted. His killing intent was at its peak. Demonic light filled the air, and the sword radiance glowed as he continued to charge at Ming. Ming's heart trembled. His pupils contracted and he shouted, "Who are you? You're not little Qing." nianqing would never use such a tone to call him a lowly ant. However, the aura of the person in front of him was clearly nianqing. What was going on? Could it be that nianqing was possessed? Nianqing is me. Nianqing said coldly. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack Ming. Ming used all his strength and cast a fusion of chaos laws, array laws, and even death laws to fight nianqing. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts were running through his mind. That's not right. Looking at the situation, it doesn't seem like he has been possessed. What's going on? After being possessed, one's soul would be destroyed and would lose its consciousness. However, nianqing had his own consciousness, so it was impossible for him to be possessed. Could it be related to the ancient demonic coffin? But I've never heard of such a thing happening when using the ancient demon coffin. Could it be related to the power in little Qing's body? Ming was reminded of the power in nianqing's body. In the past, he had always felt that there was a terrifying power hidden in nianqing's body. In the past, Ming had thought that it was because nianqing had great potential. Now that he thought about it, the situation was not right. There was another person in the same situation, nianqing. Ming could also sense a terrifying power lurking in nianqing's body. Furthermore, Ming also recalled that the nianqing now was very different from the nianqing back in the Divine Wilderness continent. Initially, nianqing wanted to kill him. However, after they arrived in the Yuan continent, nianqing did not seem to have this intention. Instead, he wanted to cooperate with him. Wanna gift the story? Try 1. Chapter 2071. 1,000 Doubts. Ming thought about it carefully, and realized that nianqing's personality had indeed changed greatly. Were all these similar to nianqing's current situation? At the same time, he also thought about how he had seen nianqing's painful expression all this time. Could all of this be related? Many thoughts flashed through Ming's mind. He did not stop and pointed 2 fingers at nianqing. This was because nianqing was too strong. His demonic power could break through all obstacles and destroy everything. The combined force of Ming's few laws seemed to be difficult to resist, and was about to be torn apart. Little Official's cultivation looks like it's in the great circle of the absolute saint stage, similar to mine. But what kind of power is this? Could it also be a power cultivated by the primordial diabolism? Ming had a thought and pointed his finger. This finger contained the laws of chaos, array Dao laws and death laws. The huge finger pointed at Nianqing's sword light. Chi-chi. Nianqing's sword radiance slashed down, and even the space around it cracked. It was too shocking. The sword radiance slashed on the huge finger and broke it. Little Qing, wake up. Lu Ming roared. He didn't believe that Nianqing would really kill him. Lowly ant, you've tainted my body. You deserve to die. Nianqing spoke again, his expression cold. The demonic light on her body grew stronger, and it was as if there was an endless stream of energy flowing out of her body. The cold sword light continued to attack Lu Ming. Her sword light was even stronger than before. The sword light flashed and illuminated the valley. Although Lu Ming had used all his strength, he was still no match for Nianqing. The fusion of 3 types of laws could not withstand Nianqing's sword radiance, and was torn apart by it. Lu Ming's body was cut by the sword light, and a deep wound appeared. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. The moment Lu Ming was injured, Nianqing's gaze finally wavered. Her figure slightly paused and stopped. Kill him. He has defiled me. One must kill him. Nianqing shouted, as if he was talking to himself. Her eyes turned cold again. She raised her sword and charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh! The sword light was like a rainbow, cutting through the sky. However, this time, Lu Ming did not move or block it. He let the sword radiance stab at him. Seeing that the sword light was about to pierce through Lu Ming's heart, Nianqing's eyes showed signs of struggle. No, she shouted and moved her wrist. The sword gleam deviated slightly and pierced through Lu Ming's chest. However, it had already deviated from the position of his heart. Shaoqing, if you want to kill, 111 let you kill. If you're pregnant with our child, take good care of him in the future. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Nianqing gently. Kill him. No. Nianqing continued to shout. It sounded like 2 people were talking, but it was clearly only one person's voice. The struggle in Nianqing's eyes grew stronger. Even his beautiful face started to twist. Little Qing, what's wrong with you? Lu Ming shouted. Nianqing's condition was obviously not right. It was as if there were 2 people in his body. Lu Ming, take care. In the end, Nianqing looked at Lu Ming tenderly, turned around and left. Like a rainbow, he rushed into the depths of the canyon. A few rumbles came from the valley, but the rumbles disappeared in the next moment. Little Qing. Lu Ming shouted. The sword gleam that stabbed into Lu Ming's body was condensed by Nianqing's demonic energy. It had already dissipated. Lu Ming rushed into the depths of the canyon. However, when Lu Ming had run a distance away, 2 middle-aged burly men appeared and attacked him. Lu Ming was blocked and could not rush over at all. In the end, he was struck back by the 2 middle-aged burly men. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, he was extremely anxious and his heart was filled with endless questions. However, he was blocked and couldn't rush over at all. He couldn't find Nianqing and couldn't ask him what was going on. It must be related to the power in Little Qing's body. What is it? Nianqing also has one. Also, those black-robed men purposely stole the ancient demonic coffin and placed Little Qing in it. Could it be related to this? The next time one sees Nianqing, one must ask him clearly. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He was really a little afraid. He was afraid that Nianqing would no longer be the Nianqing he used to be, and that he would become another person. Nianqing had broken through several levels in a row. The strength he had displayed was shocking. She only stopped after breaking through a few levels. Why didn't you let me kill him? He has tainted us. Nianqing's voice was cold and murderous. If you kill him, 111 kill myself. Then Nianqing muttered to himself. Why are you so persistent? You are me and 1 am you. Let us merge completely and return to the supreme realm. Why are you trapped in this small world? No, you are you, I am me. One will never merge with you, never. Nianqing seemed to be talking to himself. Then his body moved and he rushed out of the canyon. Soon his figure completely disappeared. Lu Ming sat on a black rock, deep in thought. He thought about it a lot, but he still couldn't think of an answer. Strength. As long as I'm strong enough, I'll definitely understand everything and restore little Qing to her original state. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Slowly his heart calmed down. Lu Ming had experienced too much along the way. He was very clear that it was useless to be anxious when he encountered something. It was better to calm down and improve his strength. Lu Ming closed his eyes and sat there quietly. 3 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His gaze had become calm. Then Lu Ming took out the Path Understanding Ancient Tree and sat cross-legged under it to study the law of death. Now the Path Understanding Ancient Tree was already 10 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were flourishing, and a mysterious light surrounded the branches. It was extremely mysterious. All these years, Lu Ming had spent a great price to cultivate the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. As expected, the Path Understanding Ancient Tree had improved greatly. Comprehending nomological laws under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree would yield twice the result with half the effort. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming's death precept had improved very quickly. At the same time, his integration with the other 2 types of precepts had also become more thorough. His strength was increasing every day. This time, he successfully passed through the 2 middle-aged men and continued to move forward. However, this time, 3 middle-aged men appeared in front of him. The 3 of them joined forces to fight Lu Ming. Lu Ming was blocked again, so he could only stop and continue to improve his strength. At this moment, Lu Ming had an idea. He waved his hand and the ancient demon coffin appeared in the canyon. In the ancient demonic coffin, Qiuyu's body exuded a powerful aura. After a few months, Qiuyu finally showed some changes. In the past, the people from Vientiane Tower had said that Qiuyu would wake up after staying in the eternal demonic coffin for a month. However, in reality, 3 months had passed. And Nbsbhuhu at this moment, a powerful suction force erupted from Qiuyu's body. The energy of the world quickly surged towards Qiuyu. He's about to break through? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He then took out a large number of raw gemstones and blasted them apart, turning them into billowing original qi that gathered towards Qiuyu. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.